Yeah, he has a great smile.
And a dimple on the right side. Blondish. Let's see. I
Um,
think you no dimple on the right side.
I don't actually don't know. I don't think so.
I don't know. I'm seeing. Okay, we'll call that one even.
Okay.
Was he blonde as a child? Does he have that color hair that comes from when you're blonde as a child and then it kind of grows out in your guy so you don't dye it?
I think it was lighter, but I don't think it was really blonde.
Yeah, I'm getting him
I,
being blondish now, like dirty
yeah,
blonde. Okay,
yeah.
sorry, I'm going to step away from the superficial now. I can't tell how tall he is. I'm sorry, Joshua. I love the name Joshua. I'm so glad you stopped by. So hold on. Well, he loves you. I'm sorry. I'm not sure what his relationship to you was. It feels brotherly, best friendy,
Hmm.
but if it was a relationship, I apologize. But there's a really great like honestly, usually I don't get this much of a best friend vibe in relationships because people in relationships fight a lot, and this is somebody you really, really got on with. Can you tell me who he was
Yeah,
to you?
yeah. He was a really good friend, longtime friend.
Yeah.
Who lived somewhere else, and yeah, just recently got to bond a lot as well.
Okay, he's five. I think I'm sorry, I can't tell if he's 5'9" or 5'11". Um, I don't know why something about him reminds me of like either a young James Taylor, if you can imagine such a thing. Um, yeah, he's actually really good. He's sitting outside. That's interesting because usually I get people in libraries, but he loved nature. He also loved music. There's a guitar near him. I'm not sure if he's playing it or if it's just that he loves music. Um,
Yeah, he did. He did love
he
music.
also did he love reading earlier in his life? Because
Yeah,
he's got a very bright, sparkling mind.
he does. He's very smart. He likes to read. Um, you know, yeah, recently too.
Okay, cool. A lot of times, the last few years, sometimes people stop reading like books. I mean, they're reading their iPads and stuff, but I don't know why I don't
Yeah.
think that counts. So of course it does. Um, oh, I really like him, and oh, he really loved you. Um, do you know you saved his life?
How's that?
He went through a really bad period, and I don't think he told you how bad it was. But you were, oh great, now I'm going to start crying. Um, you were always on the other end of the phone, and I mean always. And you
Yeah.
guys, or else you'd meet him. And he did the same for you, but he had times of really dark depression. I'm not sure if he communicated that, but I'm sorry. I having a little hard time. Hold on. Okay, well, I'm seeing him in a hospital bed, so I guess it wasn't sudden. Is that correct?
No, it was sudden.
It was sudden. I'm sorry. I'm a little off today. I apologize.
That's okay.
I really like him, and I wish he was still here. Um, I'm sorry. I'm a little. I actually think he's very attractive too, which is kind of throwing me. You know, when you meet somebody and they're really cute and you get a little nervous. Um,
Yeah, he was.
he's a love.
He was very charismatic, and he was, intimidating to some people.
Yeah, I could see. Yeah, I get a little nervous. I don't get nervous around anybody. Freaking Courtney Love is my best friend. Pretend I don't get nervous around anybody. He makes me a little nervous. Um, yeah, he's very cute. He's kind of cocky. I don't know how. I'm
Mm,
not going to ask how he passed because I don't think he wants to talk about it. Um, the other thing he's doing is he's going to a lot of. One thing we get to do in the other side that I've gotten, and I never even believed in this before this work came and found me. We get to take a lot of classes. So he gets to study a lot of different things. He had a lot of different interests. Um, I'm feeling like there might be a partner and a kid here too.
yeah, definitely.
But
He had a partner and then a kid from a previous relationship.
okay, I was a little confused. Was it a daughter?
Um, it's actually a son, transgender.
Okay. Well, I got the partner and kid.
Yeah.
Okay, he wants you to tell his mother that he loves her and he's sorry. He couldn't wasn't his fault necessarily, but he's sorry. And he loves her.
Yeah,
He wants you to tell his siblings. Um, but he also would like it if you keep his memory alive for his son. I don't know if you get on really well with I don't know who has charge of the son. I think one of these people you didn't get on that well with, which is not your doing. Um, he loved and understood women, but he liked slightly difficult ones as
yeah,
partners, as friends. He had great taste. I don't. It's funny. God, some guys do.
yeah, he
Um,
definitely did.
yeah, he did. Um, you know what? People don't know. Who I'm talking about. So I'm going to say one of these people I really don't like. I'm sorry, Joshua. Okay, he's a little mad at
Uh,
me now.
yeah, I'd be
Um,
curious to know who that was.
what?
I'd be curious to know more about that person. But there's
I'm
somebody
sorry. I'm not.
I'm the same way. I felt that way about somebody in his life as well.
Yeah. Oh, that's the person. You know, if you watch the show, you know I don't usually say stuff like that. Okay, Joshua, I'm sorry. He's like, I came all this way. Could I have a little attention, please? I'm sorry, love. Okay, he wants to give you a huge hug. Did he give really good hugs? Damn it, I'm gonna cry
Definitely.
again. He gave huge bear hugs. He loved you guys
Yeah,
are like it's really fun. I love that you were both mature enough to understand that what you had was, you know, we have different soulmates in life. Some are friends of either sex. Some are partners. Some are, you know, somebody we'll see in a bus once, but we'll never forget. A soulmate connection is this kind of connection. It's not always romantic, and it's not. There's definitely more than one in every life, like so many more. But you guys
yeah,
just got each other from the moment you met, and you're really positive for each other. I'm really sorry he's gone, and you are cute. And I know you're a snappy dresser. You don't have to point that out. Um, okay, he's
definitely.
kind of got a. I'm losing him. Um, I hope that was enough confirmation. He was very much here. I feel like he's very much here. Was
Yeah,
he
thank you.
5'11"? Why is this driving me
No,
crazy?
he was like
Okay.
6'3", 6'2",
Okay. I
6'3".
knew the height thing. He reminds me very much of a songwriter named Towns Van Zandt. That's who he reminds me of. Oh, come
Oh,
back
who
for a
does he
second.
remind you of?
There's a singer songwriter named Towns Van Zandt. He's from this. Well, he wrote Punch on Lefty.
Okay, yeah, I've heard his
I
name.
really, I really like him, and I'm really sorry he's gone. But the other thing he wants you to know is he does come visit you, not in inappropriate ways, and they don't care about that on the other side anyway. But he will
Yeah,
show you either through coins or feathers, or God, this can
Point
sound corny, coins or feathers,
Feathers. Okay,
and
Point
something else. This is going to sound really corny, and I've never said this before, but a freaking rainbow. If you see a rainbow, he's saying hi. But no leprechauns. He says no leprechauns, little bastards. He doesn't like them.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Also, he's funny. I should let him. Okay, I'm sorry. I know you have to go. Not you, him. Um, he just loves you, and he's saying thank you. And
yeah,
he says that the way out of grief is the way out of grief is gratitude. When we're grateful for what they brought to our lives and grateful that we were able to be there for them, that's it's not a way out of grief, but I'll be darned if it doesn't help. And I'm
yeah.
sorry for your loss.
Absolutely.
That's that's a
Thank
really
you.
cool guy.
Yeah, he really was.
Um, all right, my love. Well, I'm very glad you called, and I'm glad that we could confirm that. I'm sorry I got his height wrong, but everything else, I'm glad we could confirm that for you.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
All right, sweetheart. Take care of yourself, okay?
All
Drink
right,
a lot
you
of
too.
water and get enough rest. You don't get enough rest.
Okay,
Sleep more. Okay.
okay.
Bye bye. Wow, what a lovely person. It's always really interesting when people come through from the other side. Some, honestly, along with the psychic ability kind of, and any psychic who tells you otherwise is lying to you, kind of goes like this. Some days it's really high. Some days, you know, it's still more than other people, but it's like, woo! Um, it goes up and down. That's what the woo means if you're listening at home. Uh, But when people come through from the other side, first of all, maybe don't try this at home. I spend a lot of time working with protective forces and Archangel Michael, and as so when people come through, it's sort of like I can see them. They're not like standing there flesh and blood, but they are there. It's like they're sort of color slides projected onto water, if that makes sense. Um, and usually they present physically because they want the other person to know it's them. So I'll usually describe them physically. And also, it's just really cool to see somebody appear from thin air. Um, Also, they're usually very, very glad to make contact. Um, Although I have never, only once have I gotten kind of a report from the other side, which was somebody who took their own life and was walking around in a circle in a gray fog. And he didn't have to, was the thing. So if you ever think about offing yourself, don't. On a brighter note, everybody else that I've talked to from over there says that it is magnificent, but no hurry. They can wait for you. And they do come and find us when we're in our final moments. I can tell you with absolute certainty. I saw this with my mom. I've seen it with other people. I can tell you with absolute certainty that our loved ones come for us. And they come in and help us onto the other side. Ask any hospice nurse. Ask anyone. Well, not somebody randomly in the street. That would be silly. But I guess I guess people do want to know about this. So I guess I'll talk about it a little more. Um, just so you know, I don't have anything to do with anything dark. All the stuff I do is in the light. I work a lot with angelic energy. I like to think I work in the light of unconditional love from source or God or the universe, whatever you call it. Um, the other thing I'd like to tell all of you is that when a loved one appears in a dream, that's not a dream, that's a visit. It's always a visit. Even if they don't talk to you at the time, sometimes they just want to feel your energy and give you a hug because they can when we're asleep. Um, Sometimes when we meditate too. And a couple of other things. We can ask them for help, and boy, does that work. I remember after my dad passed, and I didn't know this. I just had a sense that I could ask him for help with some like tasks, basically. And I was taking care of my mom at the time by myself, and I needed to have a busier business. I needed some press. And I said, Dad, help me out with this. And 2 days later, somebody from New Yorker magazine called and said, we'd like to do a piece on you. I'm like, cool. Thanks, Dad. That was his favorite magazine. Um, so they do like doing so. They can't unless we ask, unless it's a matter of life and death. They will sometimes interfere, but I wouldn't bet on that. So don't take that to the bank, if you know what I'm saying. But and they can hear us when we talk to them. And a lot of times when we ask for signs, they will give us such unmistakable signs. And if you ask specifically, oh, I didn't know there's a caller holding. Okay, let me wind this up. Nancy, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you come on my screen. Forgive me. And it's my, I
That,
love that name.
that's
Nancy
okay.
with the laughing face.
That's okay.
Okay. I'm just going to finish this
That's
thought.
okay.
And then while I'm doing that, do the deep breathing and then out through your mouth like a birthday candle or a whoopee cushion. That centers you. Not that you need center,
Yeah.
not that you're manic. The last thing I was going to say um, is that love doesn't die. We really don't die. We just go into another room. Admittedly, it's a really big room. It's very cool, but love doesn't die. Personality doesn't die. That's that. Hi, Nancy. I'm so happy you're here. Yay.
Hi. Thank
It was a
you.
beautiful song. I was singing the song Nancy with the laughing face yesterday. So I was thinking about you. So,
Right.
when is your birthday, my angel? Hmm?
My birthday is August 24th, 1961.
You're just a baby. Um, oh, you're a Virgo. Oh, we love the most misunderstood
Yeah.
sign. It really is. People think, by the way, Saturday is going to be a really good day and evening for you. Sunday is going to be good too, because Taurus is
Right.
trying Virgo. But people think Virgo are all about like being OCD. It's not. It's about purity and idealism and wanting to take
Yeah,
like abstract ideals into day-to-day life. So are you in the are you in a healing
right.
profession of some kind? Do you work around healers?
No, no.
That's okay. You have some
I'm
healing abilities when
I'm a
yeah.
retired. I'm retired, but I'm retired.
Cool. Um, but you have a lovely energy. How can I help?
Oh, it's speaking of my daughter and my husband that passed away. I think about them all the time.
Oh, your daughter passed away too? I'm
Yeah,
so
she was
sorry. That's
29. Yeah, she was
oh,
29.
honey. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, she
Um,
died of a drug overdose,
okay.
unfortunately.
So, yeah, I was going to say that, but thank you for being so honest. We only have 3 minutes, so I'm going to start this, but what I'm also going to offer you, and I want you to take me up on this, go to the Moonstruck TV Facebook page or go to my page. My name is Perry Lyons, Perilyons, Perry Lyons. Get in contact with me. I will give you a free 15 minutes of mediumship because you've had a hard time and I want to help you. So, in the meantime,
Okay.
uh, your daughter, no, it's fine. But your daughter's showing up first because your husband's like after you, my dear. Um, she's beautiful. I mean, I'm not just saying that because she's your daughter. She's beautiful. Oh God, and I
Yes,
think
she
because she
was.
was so, yeah, she was. I'm not kidding. She was. Did she have really noticeable eyes and
Yes,
very,
she did.
yeah.
Yes, she did.
Did she wear her hair in bangs sometimes in a longer hair and for some reason I'm getting her in bangs, but I might be wrong. Um,
Yeah,
she,
she wore, sometimes she wore her hair in bangs, sometimes she just wore her hair up. It depends on what mood she was in.
yeah. But if you have bang, I mean, most people don't. So, she's about 5'6". Hi, thank you for coming. Does she have a J name?
Her
It's
name
not
was
Jewel.
Elizabeth.
Oh, I'm sorry. For some reason, I was getting Julia. Um, I love. She's got a queen name, and she's so much better now. I know we want her
Right.
here, but she's with you all the time. She really.
I know.
All you
I
do is
know
have,
she is.
yeah,
I
she
have.
is.
I have dreams about her all the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
When she first passed away. Okay, when she first passed away, like a week later, I was somewhere and this butterfly just kept flying around me and flying around me, and it landed right on my leg.
Yeah.
And it would not leave me.
No, she won't. She's not going to. She will continue to send you signs. I've got 30 seconds, so I'm going to talk fast. I really like your husband, by the way. He's a gas. He's very funny.
Yeah.
And he just called you a very sweet, slightly rude name that I'm not going to repeat. But he had that kind of real sense of humor. But Elizabeth really loves you, and she's hanging out with her dad and her grandmother. Actually, I'm not sure which grandmother, but she's doing really well, and she's getting to use the talents. So I love you. Take care. Thank you. And that color looks great on you.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for the Universal Mechanic with Simon Stone. Simon Stone. Live from the universalmechanic.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Universal Mechanic
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, everyone. I hope we're all well. Thank you for joining me again this week. I hope to see some people that I see every week and everything else. So I hope we're all doing well and hope we're all dealing with life and all the energies that are going around, considering we're still in the middle of 2 eclipses. The second one is on the 28th, the same as the full moon. So there's a lot of intense energies around at the moment. And going on that, what I'm going to talk about at the beginning of the show before I do any calls or anything is meditations. how we can actually help ourselves. You know, when we're going through difficult times, when we've got issues going on in our lives, when we're dealing with grief, sadness, loss, or even happy times, you know, meditation helps immensely. Because what meditation allows us to do, it allows us to synchronize and to bring our energies back to ourselves, to ground ourselves, and to make ourselves feel like us again. But as you know, I'm the Universal Mechanic, so have a look at my website, universalmechanic.com, etc. And there's loads of different things that I can teach you, show you, and everything else like this, and how it can affect our everyday lives, how we can deal with life's issues on a spiritual level. You know, and the only way we can do that is by putting ourselves in the right mindset and the right place, emotionally, mentally, physically, so the three line up and synchronize, and we synchronize to our spiritual self. So when you meditate, you can actually change your frequency. You can help heal, you can help repair, you can change, you can clear things, you can improve your self-confidence, your self-esteem, you know, everything about you. It can give you strength if you want to deal with a tough or a hard situation. You know, it can help relieve, you know, anxiety and things like that. So in this, if you want to listen and get a pen and paper or just record this and come back to it, but there's a set of frequencies out there called the solfeggio frequencies. They've been around for thousands of years and old times and certain frequencies and vibration of music that will help heal you during meditation. So if you want to meditate to specific music, then you can get that music and you can find that music in a specific frequency or vibration. So I'll give you some in a minute, the solfeggio, and I'll tell you what they do and what they help. So first of all, you have the 174 hertz frequency, and this helps heal physical pain, helps emotional pain, increases your courage, cleanses your aura, and helps balance your emotional wellness. So that's 174 hertz. You've got 285 hertz that helps rejuvenates tissues, heal internal organs, increases energy, immune system, and heals the auric field. You also have 396 hertz, liberates guilt and fear, turns grief into joy, cleanses negativity, empowers your goal, inner peace, and helps your root chakra. Then you got 417 hertz, which is your sacral chakra and helps clear or heal your sacral chakra, put my teeth back in, facilitates change, enhances creativity, clears negative energy, manifests intentions, which is a good thing, and cleanses any trauma. You've got 528 hertz, which is a solar plexus, yellow, love frequency, transformation, divine miracles, self-confidence, and restores DNA. You then got 639, which is your heart chakra, your green, you know, attracts love, positive energy, balances emotions, heals relationships, brings harmony, heart chakra. Then you got the 741 hertz, which is your throat chakra, self-expression, problem solving, cleanses cells, cleanses viral infections, purifies body and mind. You know? Then you got your third eye chakra, 852 hertz. It's returning yourself to your spiritual order, awakens intuition, raises cell vibrations, awakens inner strength, bridge to higher self, third eye chakra. And then you have your crown chakra, your 963. It gives you direct consciousness to the divine. It's got the pure miracle tone, high level of intuition, telepathy, and psychic vision. Now, all those hertz, if you find the meditation music and you type in, you want to clear your heart chakra, and you type in 639 hertz on YouTube, Spotify, any of these things, you'll find meditation music that will play at those hertz of vibrations. So when you meditate, you can actively, you know, change your own energy, change your own vibrations, heal. If you've got blockages in your chakra, if you're having difficulty in your life, look up the frequency, look up the quality that you're looking for, whether it's strength, you know, self-confidence, removal, anxiety, healing, whatever. Look it up, find the frequency and play that music. And not just once, and not just for 5 minutes. You know, have a decent meditation, 10, 15 minutes, whatever, half an hour, whatever is your length of time. And listen to that, and listen to it for a number of days. Now, going on that, you have those vibrations, you have those hertz, you have those frequencies, you have that energy. I'm going to give you a little exercise, guys. If you struggle with yourself, if you struggle to love who you are, you don't like who you are, you're down, depressed, everything feels a struggle, and you're just low and sad all the time. Very simple exercise that you do just before you go to bed and as soon as you wake up in the morning. When you wake up in the morning, what's one of the first things we all do? We all go to the toilet. We need to go to the toilet, blah, blah, blah. So we go to the toilet. When you stand in front of the mirror, wash your hands, and you look at yourself in the mirror, square in the eye, and just say to yourself, I love you. That's it. And then when you go to bed at night, go to the toilet, you clean your teeth. Before you go to bed, stand in front of that same mirror, look at yourself square in the eye and say, I love you. I love who you are. You're telling yourself, your soul is telling your human self that you love it. And when you tell something that you love it, the natural vibration, the natural frequency, the natural positivity of that over time will infiltrate you and get into you and make you feel that. So as an exercise, anyone who's listening, anyone who's struggling, or anyone who wants to, get out of the mood that they're in, or they're struggling with the energies around them, every day for a week, just for 1 week, in the morning and at the night, just tell yourself that you love who you are in front of yourself in the mirror. And I guarantee you by the end of the week, if you do it properly and you do it every day, I guarantee you by the end of the week, you'll feel completely different. You'll actually feel that love. You'll actually feel that positive energy. So there's active things we can do, guys. We're not here as human beings and it's something that we're not part of. Energy, the universe, spirit, the higher power, divine, whatever it is. Trust me, there's active things we can do in our everyday life that will help you. Oh, that you can change. You're in control of you. Okay, I'm going to move on because I've got Sarah from Oxford in New Jersey, USA. How are you doing, Sarah? Can you hear me?
Good. How are you, hon? Yeah, I can hear you.
Very well. You're in New Jersey, yeah?
Correct.
I got to admit, when I saw that, I had a little chuckle. My favourite band of all time come from New Jersey, Bon Jovi. So I'm a bit of a Bon Jovi fan. So nice to see you tonight. So what can I do for you, Sarah? How are you? How do you connect spiritually?
I was told I'm an empath, and I actually had a weird coincidence the other night. My cousin passed in 2016, and I could feel him hugging me because I'm going through some personal stuff at the moment, and it was just weird,
I understand. And the empath, what it sounds because you felt him cuddly. You're what's known as a clairsentience. You've heard of
What?
clairvoyant, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
I actually
See,
some people frown upon it, but I actually do paranormal investigations, but
yeah,
not like most people do. I'm like really, really, really respectful about it.
I understand.
You
I
know,
understand. But do you understand what I mean when I say you're clairsentient?
I don't, hun.
No, that's fine. No, that's
I
fine.
understand clairvoyance and stuff,
Well, you
but
know, clairvoyance is someone who sees, clairaudience is someone who hears,
hmm
clairsentience is someone who feels. So you're very
yeah,
similar to me. My go-to ability is clairsentience. I feel energy. I can walk into a room and tell the atmosphere straight away. I can walk into a room with
yep,
10 strangers and I'll know exactly who I'll get on with and who I won't. And, so like you said, you feel. So when spirit around you, like you said, you lost your cousin 2016 and then you felt them hug you. That's how spirit communicate with you. You feel first. The images and the words and
yep.
all that comes later, but you feel first. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. And it's weird you brought up images because the job I used to have, I looked at a photo of someone's father and I just like described his personality right off the bat, and she was just shocked because she's like, "It's
There
like you
you
knew my
go.
dad."
There you go. You can only describe a personality by feeling it. Do you know what I mean?
Mhm. Yep,
So
exactly.
I do get the feeling it's a path. If you're not doing it already, I am being told by spirit at the moment, you need to go down this path because you have a natural ability to feel. Now, I bet you in your life, remove the spiritual aspect for a moment, but in your normal everyday life, when you meet different people or strange people, or even people that you know in friends and family, you know when there's something not quite right with them.
Oh, correct.
Do you
I
know what I
feel
mean?
that with my fiance right now.
There you go. So right there you go. So the way the if something doesn't feel right, then something isn't right. Does that
Mhm.
make sense? Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm feeling and being told to tell you that you need to trust your intuition, right? I'm not going to go down the road because we're on live and we're on air and everything else, and I don't want to go down into the personal details and all that because it's privacy and everything else. But I think I know where you're going and what I'm being shown. But you need to trust your gut instincts now. But what I'm also being told is that because you're feeling something and something don't feel right, don't assume that you automatically know what the problem is. Would that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. Because I get the feeling that you know that something's not quite right, but don't don't assume that you know what it is, because I think when you find out what the problem is, I don't think you'll realize that it was going to be that. I think it may be something else. Do you know what I mean? It's you we all do that. We all make that mistake where we get an idea in our head and then suddenly we can't get rid of it, and we assume that's
Yeah.
what the problem is. I don't feel what the problem is what you're thinking it is.
Good. Well,
But
that's good
do
to know, actually.
sorry.
I said that's good to know, actually. I understand completely what you're talking about. That's
But you're right.
means
But you're
relief.
right. Yeah, but you're right in the sense that something doesn't feel right, and I'm being told that you are correct with that.
Okay.
Okay, it's just a case of finding out what is the problem.
Yeah. Well, I
Do you
have
know?
an idea, but
Yeah,
the
I
problem
understand.
between me and this person is they don't listen
Yeah, I'm
when I'm
sorry.
just trying to help.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for laughing, Sarah. But would you understand when you just said that? I just got told, "Sorry, sweetheart. That's the difference between men and women. Men are from Mars and women are from Venus," type thing. You know?
Yep. I wonder if
So
my
I'm
cousin's coming through to you at all. Because like I've been
sorry.
saying one thing in my head, and I'm like, cuz if you're coming through, just say it to him or her.
Yeah, that's the problem. It don't quite work out like that, sadly. But no, they're just telling me you need to just trust your gut instinct. Before I carry on, why am I getting motorbikes? Someone playing around with motorbikes.
My son, my
Okay.
son
Um,
plays on dirt bikes.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm getting is dirt bike, motocross type bikes, and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Is he actually quite good at it?
Yeah, it's funny you bring that up because last night my friend and I were talking, and we
But,
were
but
saying
before you say
how
that,
my son won't ride
so
a regular bicycle, but he'll ride an electronic one. So I was
I
like, oh, maybe
appreciate
I
that.
should just get him a gas-powered one.
I get the feeling someone needs to push him on that to do with motorbikes because I feel it's something that he could be really good at to the point that he could end up getting a career or get a job or that
Oh,
would be his
nice.
life if that was. But I feel that with respect, as most younger boys are, they tend to be a bit lazy. And I get the feeling that I'm being told by Spirit, you may need to sort of give him a little kick up the backside, but sort of encourage him with the motorbike side of things.
Yes,
Whether it's
that's awesome.
riding them, whether it's riding them or fixing them or something, but encourage him, sort of let him know that it's okay.
All right.
I don't know if you had this, Sarah. When I was younger, if ever I mentioned about doing this in particular, my parents would have thought I was completely off the wall and I needed to go and get a sensible job. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And I get the feeling that your son is a little bit like that. It's almost like you really would love to do the motorbike stuff, but it's almost like he's frightened because he doesn't feel it's sensible enough, or something like that is around. So that's why I'm saying to you, encourage him, saying it's okay if that's what you want to do. We'll encourage you to do that.
Yes, and I can relate to that.
Cool. Because I feel that you and him, or there's something going on around where it's starting to get to that point in his life where he needs to start making a decision of what he wants to do. It's almost like he's got to start making choices.
Yeah, he's 7, if I'm allowed to say his age. He's 7 years old,
Okay.
and he's sensitive
Right,
too.
rephrase that. I'm going to rephrase that then. If it's not him, then what decisions have you got to make around him? Because
Example, he was in
I'm
flag.
getting,
He was in
I'm getting,
flag football,
right.
and
Okay.
he didn't like it, and I was pushing him. And then one day I was like, you know what? He doesn't like it. I'm not going to let him do it if it's not what he likes.
Okay, that makes sense. Because I just get the feeling that decisions have to. I thought it was him like getting up to his teenage years, and he's got to start making decisions about where he's going to go with his life. But as it's not that, but there's definitely decisions that have to be or being made that concern him. So that would make sense. But it's almost pushing. I don't think he's the football type person. He's more the other side.
Yeah,
And
that's what my feeling was.
And who's the rock music lover? Because all I keep seeing is someone with like long hair, like a rock star, and sticking their tongue out and waving their hand and all doing all that sort of stuff.
My cousin that passed away was really huge
okay?
into it. Before he passed, we were going to go see 3 Days Grace and Five Finger Death Punch together.
He's
But
sticking the tongue out and everything, And I'm also seeing, is it Kiss? Is it Kiss, that rock band Kiss, the black and white, where they used to stick their tongue out and all that?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm seeing all that. But know that your cousin's always around you, Sarah.
Oh, I know he is.
Yeah. And if I'm just being told, if you want to ask him for anything, just ask him. Okay. So if you need,
I do every day.
there you go. Then he's obviously just telling me. Then you asked him every day. Then, but carry on. Don't be frightened. He says you can ask me 1,000,000 times a day if you wish. Okay, so I wish you the best, Sarah. I'll call on the other line, and I hope you're well and you take care. And hopefully, I'll see you next week.
Yes, that would be awesome. Thank you for everything.
You're welcome, Sarah. You take care. I've got Kathy in Riverton, Wyoming, US. Are you there, Kathy?
Hi.
How you doing?
You're right. How are you?
I'm good. I know it says you're in Wyoming, Kathy, but why did, as soon as I heard your voice, I suddenly got taken to like outdoors and Great Plains, and I see, cattle and all that. like in Wyoming or Montana, that sort of area? Because bear in mind, I come from the UK, so I apologise if I'm showing my ignorance.
No, that's fine. Yeah, this is a lot of plains and cattle. Hmm.
Is that where you are? Okay. Can I ask, as I'm just briefly talking to you there and hearing your voice, I do feel an energy that suddenly hit me of frustration, and I feel that there's something around you or you that's frustrated with life at the moment, or there's something going on that is frustrating the hell out of you.
Yeah. I just recently changed. I'm gonna be changing jobs.
Yeah.
So the scenario around that is, it's kind of frustrating. Yes, and
But Kathy, you know it's the right thing to do, though, don't you? For you.
well, yeah. I've been getting like this weird kind of say energy that's like it feels like it's almost pressing and yelling at me at the same time.
Right. What's that? You say pressing and yelling at you. What are they yelling at you? What are you hearing?
It's time to go.
There you go.
Like it's
So
very
why?
important that I leave there.
So why are you resisting?
I got the job that I applied for, and I gave my 2 weeks notice, and the gal that I told was very upset. And I thought I was doing the right thing by giving her a heads up, but it didn't seem like it helped her at all.
Well, with respect, Kathy, that's her problem, not yours. I'm not being cold. I'm not being horrible. You're leaving a job. You know, you're leaving a job for
Yeah,
you for the right reasons. You're not doing it to be horrible or to harm anybody. It's time for you to move on. Now, that woman's reacted in a way and made you feel bad, which shows that you're nice and you've got a good heart and you don't want to see someone upset. But with respect, that may be a lesson that she needs to learn.
right.
Does
Yes,
that make sense?
yes,
The only thing we can control in this life is ourselves. That's the only thing we have a right to control, and it's the only thing we can control. So, like you just give an example, you put in your notice, you're giving her 2 weeks' notice, etc., you're moving on, and she's got really quite upset by it and everything else. That then shows to me she's got issues within her or in her life. So you haven't caused this. You've just getting on with
right,
your life. You know, you're getting on with your life. You needed to move on. You got the job that you applied for and that you're moving on. You put in the thing and you've wished everyone the best. But this woman's got upset, etc. It shows me that she's got
yeah,
other issues in her life. So she needs to go away and deal with those issues.
for
So
sure.
what you
Yeah,
need to do is wish her well, wish her love and light, as I'm sure you've already done so and will do. And this bad feeling that you've got that's been created by her reaction, drop it like a bag of bricks because it's not yours.
right. Yes.
Does that make
Do you
sense?
hear anything else?
Sorry?
Do you pick up on anything else?
Let me have a think. I do actually. I do feel that there's quite a few things going on around you as a whirlwind type thing. And although you're changing jobs, I feel that you're changing more than just your job. You're changing, or lots of things are changing around you at the moment.
Right.
I'm also being drawn to your heart. I feel a sense of sadness there with your heart. I feel emotion because my throat is constricting, so I feel that there's emotion, and I'm getting drawn to your heart. So either someone around you has been heartbroken or has got issues with their heart, or it's you. But I feel it's you that's got the heart issue, and I don't mean on a medical level. I'm talking on an emotional level. Um, would you understand, sweetheart, that I feel? Do you at times feel a bit lonely and unloved?
Yes.
Please know that you're not. I know it's easier said than done, but connect to spirit, because spirit want to help you and want to heal you. And you're going through this change, all these different changes. Right, I'm getting sort of June next year, you're going to be in a completely different headspace, a completely different emotional space, and you will feel like you will be building your happiness again. Does that make sense to you?
That'll be fantastic.
All I'm being told is you need to go through this turmoil for the next 2-3 months.
Okay.
And I get end of January, beginning of February time, things will start turning for you. You will start to feel happier. You will start to feel the change. You will start to feel the energy be different, and you go, oh, hang on, things are starting to go my way, you know. And I do feel that that's going to happen. I also am going to be honest with you, I do feel that there's a move coming as well. And I don't know if
Okay.
that's with you, someone around you, but I feel that someone will be moving. And I mean, like moving
Okay.
house, moving location.
Right.
Why have I just been drawn down to Texas? What's the link to Texas?
I don't know.
Bear that in mind then. I think that's coming up. I think there's going to be a link to Texas. I don't know if it's with you or with somebody else, but there's going to be a link with Texas somewhere. And I actually get specifically Austin, Texas.
Oh, good. That could be a
Okay.
good thing.
Yeah, bear that in mind, all right? And also, why am I seeing a medical setting? I'm seeing like a hospital or a hospice or a doctor's place. Why am I seeing a medical setting and nurses?
I used to be a CNA. But I
Okay.
didn't work in a hospital.
Okay. Have you considered about doing that again or turning to spiritual healing?
Yes, spiritual healing more than the hospital scenario.
Okay,
Yes.
so take the hospital out of it. You've got the natural healing gift in you because that's what you used to do. You used to be a TNA and everything else. So could you understand about the feeling and the energy of you like helping and healing others? And it doesn't have to be as
Yes.
a hospital setting. So yeah, if you want, give me a shout after this show. Message me if you want. I could put you on to people, or search out and start looking into. Have you ever heard of Reiki?
Yes.
Yeah, look into that energy healing and spiritual healing, and I feel that you'll be able to really spread your wings, and you'll feel, right, okay, I got you. Would you make sense that you struggle to understand what your life's purpose is?
I do. Yes.
Right. Now, when you sit and think about you doing spiritual healing or Reiki or healing on a spiritual level, that fulfills you and makes you feel quite fulfilled. Does that make sense?
It does. Yes.
So that's the feeling that spirit are trying to give you, to say to you, that's the path you've got to go down.
Okay.
Because it resonates with you.
And how would I get in contact with you?
I've got my website there, theuniversalmechanic.com. Send me a message via the website, or send me a message to my email, which is info@theuniversalmechanic.com. Just send me an email that way and I'll reply, or contact me via
Thank you.
You're more than welcome. You're more than welcome, Kathy. And it's such a pleasure being able to help people, because so many people are waking up. The last few years, energy's changing, everything's changing. People are waking up, and they're waking up to the subtleties of energy. And why do I feel like this? Why am I thinking that? Why am I seeing this? And a lot of us don't understand it. We don't know what it means. And with the experience that I've had, the life that I've had, I've realized my life path is doing what I'm doing, showing you, Kathy, or trying to show people things. So just before we go, when you think about healing and the spiritual side of it, it feels right to you. That means it resonates with you. That means that's what you should be doing. So I hope you're well, Kathy. Please take those words. I've got to say goodbye now because my producer's sort of shouting at me 10 seconds and everything else. So I love you all, and I hope to see you all next week. And if anyone wants to find out or message me, just go on my website, theuniversalmechanic.com. And remember, I love you all. I wish you love and light. Namaste.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Your Time to Shine with Julie Yeagerwalker. Julie Yeagerwalker, live from Wings of Souls with Julie.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Your Time to Shine
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. Good evening and welcome back, everyone. I'm so happy to have you here. It has been a really crazy, busy, probably 2 months for me. I've been doing a lot of shows, mystical fair shows, and doing readings at those shows and having great success and a lot of fun doing it. And I've also completed the first co-hosting women's retreat a week or two ago, and that was fantastic. We did that in Alberta, Canada, and we are going to be launching some dates for the Portland retreat of the Angel Within. So stay tuned. We are putting that together now. It will be in spring of 2024, and it's going to prove to be as exciting as the first one that we had. So much fun, so much healing, and so much change. It was just absolutely phenomenal, and Spirit did not disappoint. So I have one more show, and then I'm going to kind of settle in for a few weeks and get a little bit of downtime, hopefully. But we have come from the eclipse, and we are into a full moon this weekend, and the energy is really intense coming off of that solar eclipse. And I don't know how many of you actually saw it. Did not see it when I was in Canada and in the Pacific Northwest. I think we were kind of cloudy, so we missed it as well. But boy, we're feeling the effects of it. And so it's super important during these times where you've got the full moon and you've got the effects of the eclipse. Everybody's just a little bit on edge. It's really important to be able to keep your energy centered and within you, and keep everybody's energy that you might be feeling around you at bay. And I was just talking to a good friend of mine before the show, and talking to her about cutting and clearing etherical cords after you've had a conversation with somebody, after you've been around somebody. And it is so important to do that, to be able to keep your energy intact and to be able to keep your sanity. And when you do this, it releases all of the weight of the energy of others so that you can stay within your own energy. And it's really easy to do. You just need to make a pact with your team of guides, angels, to say, whenever I do this motion, and I typically will snap, right? That I'm cutting and clearing all the etherical cords between me and others so that I can stay in my energy. And so when you make this pact, you just have to tell them, from this point on, whenever I do this motion, I'm asking for you to help me clear that, right? And it is amazing, especially if you have a really busy day, if you work retail, if you work around a lot of people. The information overload can really throw you off sometimes. And so if you can just remember to clear those cords, it will lift everything off of you so that you have a clearer head. You can think more clearly. You can be in that space and place of ease. It's really magical. I've been working with this and using this for many years now, and I'm telling you, I'm using it more and more and more throughout my day to clear that. I just take a moment, walk away from what I'm doing, get into a quiet space, do the cord cutting, and then I'm able to come back in and focus at what I need to do. It literally is that simple and so effective. So I encourage you to find out what that is. You can clap your hands, you can, snap your fingers, you can, wash it away, whatever feels right for you, do that. Another great tip that I like to use is using the silver shower from Creator. And I just ask that the silver shower rain down on me. And I imagine this silver shower just washing over me, every single part of my body, right? Clearing and cleansing all of that. And it really makes a difference as well. It clears your aura, it clears your energy, and you can stay in your own space and energy. It really helps, especially if you go into like an antique store or something like that. There's all those energies. There's attachments that are still holding on to some of those antiques, right? And I love antiques. I love going antiquing, but I have to be very cautious about staying in my own energy and clearing that energy when I leave the store, to make sure that I'm still in my own presence, and not taking other energies with me that aren't mine. So staying in your energy and during this time, because there's a lot going on in the cosmos with the fiery energy of the eclipse and the full moon. There's lots going on in the world too. And so being able to be that empath and stay centered and feel like you're not going crazy, these are some really simple tools to use. So I hope that's helpful. Hang in there. Like I said, lots of really intense energy out there. And so it's really important to try to stay in your own space. And hopefully these tips will help you do that. All right. We're going to go to the phone lines right now. Who do we have? We have Patsy in Louisiana. Good evening, Patsy, and welcome to your time to shine.
Oh, hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
Good. What can I do for you this evening?
I was just wondering, can you tell me if my mother is around me? She passed when I was 20, and I don't.
Okay. I'm sorry.
And,
How long has she been gone?
gosh, a long time. I'm 60 now, and I'm 20.
Okay. Patsy, let me just kind of tune in really quick and see if I can tune into your mom here, and see what she has to say for you, okay? There'll be just a little
Thank
moment of
you.
silence as I do this. I'll be right back with you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Patsy, so I just saw your mom jumping up and down. She's so excited that
Oh,
we are talking. And
oh,
she says, absolutely, I am with you all the time. And
oh,
she's been
wow.
trying so hard to get in touch with you. And
Mm,
so she keeps telling me, don't give up. Um,
mm, yeah.
that you need to keep moving forward. You need to keep moving through it. She's not showing me what it is, but she's just wanting you to
Mm-hmm.
know that she's got that she's encouraging you
Okay.
to keep moving forward. Um,
Okay. Yeah, I've been dealing with depression a lot. took care of my handicapped sister for 34 years, and she passed away 3 years ago. And she was like a daughter to me. And I have a handicapped child too, so only anybody would understand what I'm going through would be my mother.
Yeah, of course. Of course. And when you're in that caregiver, when you're in that caregiver position, it becomes part of who you are, right? And
Yeah,
so it's almost
yeah,
like she's showing me that you're losing, you lost a piece of you, an identity of who you are when your
hmm
sister passed. Um, your mom wants you to know that you're so much more than the caregiver. And so to not let that shape your life, because
hmm
there's so much more to you than just that, so many more wonderful pieces of you. And she really wants you to embrace that. Um, and
I asked one question.
sure.
There's something I had to do for my mom to my mom before she passed. Just need to know if she forgives me.
She's saying she's just saying, oh, hun, there is nothing to forgive. You
Okay.
were doing exactly what you needed to do. You were doing the best that you could at that time.
Yeah.
And she knows that.
Okay. 'Cause I got a lot of guilt. I had to have my mom committed. My mother was an alcoholic, and she stopped drinking. She got cirrhosis of the liver. Then she started taking medication, and she didn't realize that the medication had to go through your liver too. And so I had to have her committed, and I was only 20, but thought I was doing the right thing.
She says that you did. You did exactly what you had to do.
Okay.
She says it would have been way too much and way too much. It would have been too overloading for you to be able to take on that responsibility. And it wasn't, she's
Yeah.
like, that wasn't your responsibility, she says.
Okay.
Um,
I was
you
trying to
had
save her
other,
life.
yeah, you had other things that you had to do as well, right? You had to
Right.
be able to be present in your own life. And if you can't be present in your own life, you can't help somebody else, right?
Yeah.
And she
Right.
understands that.
Mm.
She understands that, especially being on the other side, right? Where she can see the challenges.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I really was trying to save her life because she already had a major surgery on her liver, and then she started hemorrhaging, and she's passed from that. But I knew the medication was going to affect her liver, more
Right.
so. So that's the
Right.
reason I did it. That's my main thing, because I've been living with guilt for all these years, thinking, what if I didn't done that? Maybe I would have had more time with her. But I appreciate that.
Yeah. She said that she kind of lost the will to live, honestly.
Hmm
She
Yeah,
she yeah, she's showing me that she gave up.
yeah,
And
she did. She did.
yeah.
She had a very. My father was a very. He was a very abusive to his children. Um, he mainly abused me, and I had to tell her about it, and it just about destroyed her because he sexually abused me, and that just really was bad.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of trauma there, right?
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
yeah, and a lot for an individual to go through, right?
yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
she's saying that you're such a beautiful person inside and out, and the things that you have had to endure in this lifetime Nobody should have to endure that much. And she is just, she's sending you so much love and so much appreciation and gratefulness for what you
Okay.
do and who you do it for, right? Because she says it's all coming from the heart.
Yes, definitely.
She's saying,
Yeah.
I raised her right. She's very proud of you.
Well, good. Thank God. Because I've been worried.
Yeah.
Because I also have a handicapped child, and some days he has autism. Some days are really rough. I'm like, she would
Yes.
understand.
Yes.
So, but thank you so much. That's basically what I needed to know.
Good. Good. I'm so glad. Well, thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for calling in, and you take good
Thank
care.
you. Okay. God bless
Okay.
you.
God bless you
Okay.
too.
Okay, sweet. Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye. All right. We have Tracy in Rogers, Texas. Good evening, Tracy, and welcome to your time to shine.
Hi.
Hi. What can I do for you this
I got an
evening?
echo. Oh, just, I guess basic, tell me what is coming up for me.
Okay. Perfect. I can do that. Real quickly, there's just going to be a little moment of silence as I kind of check in and see what's going on, and then I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Let's see, Tracy. So what it's really weird. I was feeling this really very strange sensation of I felt like I was almost in a cartoon where, someone has this funny mirror, right? And they look at you and you all of a sudden your face becomes really, really big and then it goes really, really tiny. And it's like this zooming in and out of effect, almost like this push-pull feeling. Um, it feels like you're either in that state right now or you might be heading into that state of feeling this push and pull, kind of this uncertainty around you.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
That's already happening.
okay, okay. Um, Let me see if I can find out where they're going with this. Hold on. So what they're showing me is during this time of this push and pull, it's about looking at what the situations are and deciding what is the important factor of it. It's almost like they're showing me for you to stand in your power and say, no, this is the way it's going to go. And this is what I'm going to do. Right. So it's about
Yeah,
drilling
yeah.
down and figuring out what's really important to you in this moment in time and then moving in that direction. And as you do that, what they're showing me is it's like these cords, these ties, or these people that are maybe holding on to you. That's how they're showing it to me. Like people are holding on to you and they're kind of like you're dragging them behind. And as you stand in your power and say, no, this is the way it's going to be, it's like they lose the clutch of you and then they fall away. They fall off so that you can move through with more ease. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, somebody's knocking on my door.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a lot going on right now, a lot of different things going on in my health, people around me. Yeah, a lot of big decisions I have to make. Yeah, so
Mhm.
Yeah, but yeah, I've
It's
been in that state of learning to say no to people.
yes. Yeah, standing in your power, right? Um,
Mhm.
it yep, and it's sometimes really hard for us to do that. I find even for myself, it's sometimes hard to do that. But when push comes to pull, you have to be able to have some boundaries for yourself and be able to say, no, I
Mhm.
need to do this for me and realize that it's
Right.
not a, what they're showing me is to take uh okay, what are they showing me here, to take that personal piece out of it. Like when you say no, it has nothing to do with them, right? So it's like taking that
Right. Right.
so that they can't take it personally, right? So it's not about being
Mhm.
personal, it's really about you being authentic with yourself and saying, no, I need to do this for me because it's in my highest and best. And then
Right.
moving forward with that. And then those who are those who are truly part of what I would call your tribe are going to follow
Mhm.
and go, yep, you're standing in your power. I see that. I accept that. And I accept you for who you are. And those others are going to fall away. It's like what I'm being shown right now is you're at a very pivotal point in your life, and you're going to, as you move through this and start setting your boundaries, people are just going to automatically fall away because your vibration is going to shift and change, and they no longer vibrate on the same level as you, right? So imagine
Awesome.
imagine tuning into like a radio station, right? If you're tuning into an
Mhm.
AM station and you really want FM, you're not going to get that because you're not on the same
Right.
frequency, right? And so they're showing me that that's going to shift and change for you, but you have
Thank
to
you,
be able
Lord.
to do that piece for yourself first.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes perfect sense.
Okay.
Yes, because I've been wondering how do I stop them? Because I'm a helper, and if somebody comes with me for anything, I need a shower. Can I wash some clothes? Can I stay tonight? Or anything. I can't say no. I've always
Yeah.
not been able to say no, but
Right.
I've started to put my foot down lately because it's been really bad. The last 3 years of me helping people, it's turned
Yeah.
really bad
Yeah.
on my part. So, and now I've been diagnosed with congestive heart failure, and I started school and everything because I knew what my life purpose was, and I wanted to do this, and then wham, this happened to me. So yeah, I'm having to rethink everything and say, whoo, stop, whoa.
Yeah, right. Right. And here's the thing, that part of you that wants to be that helper, that's what makes you so beautiful and unique, right? But it's a very delicate balance because if you help too much, and what they're showing me is because you've helped so much and you've put others before you, your body is very taxed. And the only way to
Yep.
get back into a position where you can take care of yourself and you can get your body back into repair is starting to say no and put you first. And they're
Yes.
reminding you that saying yes to you and making you first is not selfish. It's really important to do this because if you can't put you first and take care of you, there's no way you can help others.
Right.
And they're showing me that your cup is very empty. Like it has a hole in the bottom and it is drained out. So you need to be able to
Yeah.
plug that hole and start filling your cup up and doing things for you little by little and fill that cup up so that you can start getting healthy again. And they're showing me you will get healthy again. You will get back to that point,
Oh.
but it's going to take work on your part.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
I guess I just needed to hear that. Thanks for your time and energy. And yeah, I needed to hear that.
It's, so many people already know what they need to do. And it's really just about the validation of it, right? I mean, you knew in your heart what you needed to do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just so hard to turn people away.
it is. But know that there will be a time that you can take people in, but it will be at your choice, right?
Yeah. Right.
And that's okay to
Thank
do.
you.
Yeah.
All right.
You're very welcome.
Thank you
Best
so
of
much.
luck to you. You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Wow, it is. It's such, and hearing her speak, this is all a message for all of us who are listening right now. It's so important to be able to put yourself first, to heal yourself, and to do things for yourself and fill up your cup. So if you are listening, know that these messages are there for you as well. Don't forget to fill your cup, set your boundaries, and be able to say no. And it is okay to say no. And think about yourself. And it is not selfish. It is called taking care of you, self-care. It's so, so important. So I want to thank you all so much for listening this evening. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Please check out my website at wingsofsoulswithjulie.com. I am taking readings. I'm booking into mid to end of November. I have gift cards. If you want to gift somebody a reading, please reach out to me. I would be happy to help you out. And until then, have a wonderful evening, and we will see you next week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Soul Alignment Mentor with Angie Harris. Live from AngieHarris.org.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul Alignment Mentor
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Happy Halloween, everyone. Welcome back. If it's your first time tuning in to me, my name's Angie, and I am a Soul Alignment Mentor, which simply means that I help people to realign with their highest self, with their spirit, to understand who they are as a spiritual being. What happens in our life is we lose track of who we really are because we get programmed throughout our life by what we're taught to believe about ourselves. And so my mission on this earth is to help people to rediscover their true self and dismantle all the layers of lies and programming and the things that people have begun to believe about themselves that keep them stuck in their life or disconnected from the truth of who they really are and what they're capable of in this lifetime. And since it's Halloween, I wanted to give some information and teaching a little bit about our spirit and spirit guides and connecting with spirits. And I have a firm understanding in my own beliefs that we are all capable of having contact with the other side, is what we would call it as humans, to move into the awareness of other dimensions and have contact with loved ones on the other side, or spirits or spirit guides, angels, whatever it may be that you are seeking to connect with. And the reason I believe this is because I really truly have this understanding and belief that we are all spirit. We are all spiritual beings that came to earth to live a human life and to grow and to enhance in our understanding of who we are as a spirit. And right now on the earth, there is a huge shift in consciousness where people are coming to the understanding of this. When prior, just within the last 20 years, people were not as aware of this part of their being. We kind of just assumed that this human life is just what it is, and we went along with it. And now you see a lot of people kind of going against status quo, wanting to step into what they believe their soul mission is on this earth, and wanting to get them to know themselves in a more spiritually enhanced way instead of just the human mind's idea of who we really are. And something that Spirit has been teaching me for quite a while, and then in the last week, there's been several opportunities for me to provide a teaching to those that I work with, where I've been working on helping people understand how to connect with this part of themselves. And I thought, since today was Halloween and it can be kind of spooky and woo-woo, it might be a fun day to talk about this part of ourself, our higher self, the ghost part of ourself, we might say, if we're talking about Halloween. And the way that my spirit guides explained it to me, this happened probably a year ago when I was really seeking to hear a little bit more on how I could comprehend and teach to others what it meant to be a spiritual being in a human body. And if you come from religion, or any kind of a background where you were taught religious beliefs about spirituality, about God, about yourself, you may have had some teachings within that setting about God being three energies, so God the Father, God the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Now, I come from a background that way in religion, and if you read my first book, Leaf Lessons, in that book I write the memoir of growing up and my time that I had in the church, and then my sudden weird spiritual awakening that I had in my backyard when I heard my spirit guides very clearly for the first time speak to me about who I really was and what I was meant to be doing on the earth. And ever since, I have been aligning myself with that mission. Now, the way that my spirit guides explain to me, that is a very simple way to understand who we are as a spirit. And this will help you get in touch with your own abilities to to maybe contact or work with spirits on the other side, but also with your own intuition. I think a lot of us have had moments where we might be doing something or about to do something. We think about somebody and suddenly they call us, or we go to the store and we think, hey, this person popped in my head, and then you suddenly see them there. Like, all these weird synchronicities might happen in your life, and you might wonder, well, how did I know that? How did that happen that way? And the way that my guides explained it to me was in this way. And so let me break it down simply for you. They use the element of water to explain who we are. They explain that our body is like the ice. So we are dense, we have form, we are, there's a actual physical part of us as a human. And then our soul is the water. And so the water is what brings us life. The soul comes into the water, it heats up the ice, heats up the body, it keeps it alive. And the soul is what basically indwells our human self to bring it life. Then we have what we would call vapor, or if you want to think of steam. Sometimes I like to explain this as the fog. Like, if you were to go out on a morning, like mostly in the summer, there's could be a fog that kind of just overshadows the entire area that you're in. And what's really interesting about this fog is that it is on everything and around everything, but you can walk through it. There's no physical form to it. It's not a barrier for you to move through it. It can be hard to see, but it doesn't require you moving something out of the way to move through the fog. And so our spirit would be considered more of that kind of a vapor, like a fog energy. And when we look at our whole being as water, as an element of water, with the ice, the actual liquid of water, and then the vapor, we can begin to see ourselves as the spiritual being, as a whole being. And so what is happening is our soul is in our human body, and our spirit remains part of the higher dimensions and this vapor around us. So you might hear people talking about our aura or our energy field, and that spirit around us really works along with our energy. Now, our human body can get tangled up with the human feelings, emotions, trauma, things that get stuck in the physical body. And this is what causes sickness in your body. It can cause you to feel off in your body, or maybe mental shame or guilt or anxiety. A lot of the things that we get stored in our body manifest as symptoms in the body. So when we clear the body out of, we clear it of those things that manifest from the what we would call lower dimension feelings in the spiritual community, we are able to realign ourselves, which is that soul alignment that I teach to my students and clients, is reconnecting with the soul, the spirit, the water within you. And the more you do that, the more you release that, the more you work on reprogramming your mind, opening your energy, healing your energy, the more you get in touch with that bigger, broader part of yourself, which is your spirit. And our spirit is eternal. It is all encompassing. It's never ending. It's all things at all times. There is no timeline. There's no space. There's nothing that contains our spirit. It is the soul that is squished into the human body in some way. And so as the spirit is expanded in all places and all times, this is where our intuition can come back and reconnect with our soul in our body and gives us messages about things. And so when you get that weird thought about a friend that suddenly calls you, or you're going to the grocery store and you think, oh, I might see so and so, and then you walk in and see them, that is your spirit, your higher self is what we might call it, already in that timeline and reporting back to you, the soul and the human part, that that event is taking place. Because in the spirit's understanding, without time, it is already taking place. but we are a little bit more slow in the human form because we are in a dense energy. And when we catch up to it, we begin to get the message and then see it play out in our lives. So the way that we can get in touch with this part of ourselves is through meditation. I also I have a 7-week course where I teach people how to reconnect with their energy, clear the energy, heal their energy. But I'm certified in meditation and mindfulness, and I use this to teach people to be still so they can eliminate all the things around them that cause them to disconnect from being able to hear from this part of themselves. And so as you realign with your spirit and start to see yourself differently outside of just the human understanding of what you've been taught to believe about yourself, you can start to get in touch with these different parts of yourself. And in many ways, this opens you up into a broader perspective of your life and things you can accomplish and how you can accomplish them. And people might talk about like manifesting things that they desire in their life. And when we clear out all the clutter and we open ourselves back up to our higher perspective, to the spirit that is all things at all times, we can understand that the desire we have that seems to be in the future, our spirit already sees it, it already is there, and we can reconnect with that and draw it into our perspective in the now. And so when we move into the alignment where we clear out the clutter and we let go of the anxiety, we let go of fear, we let go of the programming of who we've been taught to believe we are, we come back into a wholeness, and therefore we're able to see our lives in a new perspective. And this perspective is very healing, it's expanding, it's loving, and it will help you to connect with your loved ones and spirit guides and spirits on the other side that would like to support you through your time on this earth. And so again, if you would like support, I would love to help you. I do have the 7-week course that I do mentoring with. You can choose to do it on your own, or I can help you along with that process with a weekly one-on-one session. But also check out my books, Leaf Lessons and Composting the Ego, and they might help enhance you and give you some more understanding on how to begin this as well. So I'm excited to hopefully hear from some of you. I would love to if you reached out and let me know how that goes for you. And I look forward to seeing you all again next week. Have a beautiful and lovely Halloween, and I hope you have fun today. Thank you.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk with Tammy Petricelli. Live from TammyPetricelli.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Well, blessed Samhain, All Hallows Eve, happy Halloween. How are you? How are you faring with this crazy energy out there between, full moon with the, I'm just kind of, you see myself and I want to fix it, everything. The full moon with the eclipse right on the cusp of All Hallows Eve and Samhain. What is the Samhain? It is our introduction to winter season. And so I didn't dress up, but I did wear my Capodimonte eye necklace. I love this thing for Halloween. So I hope that you are faring well with this strong energy, the veil being thin. We've got the effects of the full moon with the eclipse. And even if you don't see the eclipse, it is affecting the area in different, the energy in different areas. So, just keep surrounding yourself with white light, pulling in that auric field and allowing yourself to breathe and not give in to the urges to speak immediately and react. Remember, it's always about not overreacting, simply taking a breath and acting. So I want to remind you that you can always visit me at TammyPetricelli.com and Pike Creek Reiki and Healing Arts Center.com. Today I'm in Lewis, Delaware, but I'm also working out of Newark, Delaware. And to remind you that you can get readings by Zoom, by Facebook private message. So if you're not in my area for an in-person reading or energy healing session, we can work that out because I have clients all over the world. And I love my clients. I love bringing happiness. This is what readings should be. They should be about healing not only us, but healing the spirit world. They come through sometimes to work on things or just to let you know that they're watching, that they're with you, that they never leave. They see everything in your life. They are a part of your life, and they want you to know that. They really, really do. So also, you can find me on Facebook on both of those sites, Tammy D. Petricelli Medium and Pike Creek Reiki and Healing Arts Center at noon Eastern Standard Time on Fridays for half an hour energy healing spirit talk, okay? So we've got Deborah in Forney. Is it Forney or Forney, Texas, Deborah?
It's Forney.
I'm sorry.
It is Forney, Texas.
It is Forney. Well, I have family in Austin and Dallas. I'm not sure where they're from, but welcome. Thanks for calling in today. And how can I help you today? Do you have questions for me, or would you like me to connect to a loved one for you?
I do have a question for you.
Okay.
Can you tell? I have a couple of questions. Can you tell me if there is marriage in my near future, say in 2024?
Who is Tom for you, please?
Who is Tom?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anyone by the name of Tom.
Okay, then I'm going to ask that energy to move because I'm not feeling that it's necessarily someone from the other side. Marriage for this year. I do
No, for
feel
2024, for next year.
next year. That's kind of this year. We take the last 3 months of the year, and that is where we put our energy into what we want. So you need to manifest that. But I'm feeling like a more permanency in a relationship around this time next year. So 2024. Will that definitely relate in a marriage? I'm not going to say. You have to realize that much of what can come up for us is what we manifest, what we put out there, what we need. And I don't feel that a psychic should direct that. We can tell you what is possible, but you have to make your own, decisions. I'm
Sure,
going to
I
give you,
understand that.
I'm going to give you an example. A client that I had 10 years ago, I asked him if he thought that this girl was the one because he had cheated on her and he wanted to get back with her. He said, yes. I said, okay. So then he told me they got back together. A couple of years, he said, I'm going to ask her to marry me. And then I said, okay. And then I saw him last summer and I said, say hello to your wife. And he said, well, we're getting a divorce. It was amicable. It was amicable. They were happy. They were glad that they had got together. They realized that that was part of their journey to be together for but a shorter time. But I said to him, if I had told you 9 years ago that you're going to marry her and divorce her in 4, what would you have done?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
I'm very careful about that, but I just will say that by this time next year, around October of next year, I see a permanency in a relationship. So I hope that helps answer that question. Let's do what else?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, what else? You asked me.
Well, I'm going to be going on a cruise in January, and I'm suspecting, it's in my spirit, that I'm going to meet him in January. I have not met anyone yet.
Okay, that's what I could not pick up. Maybe it's Tom. Might be Tom.
Okay.
But set that intention. But see, that could be a big difference because you meet someone in January, maybe he's not close to you, hometown, and you date a little bit, and then by October you feel a permanency, either living together, getting engaged, or making that decision. So that's why it makes sense to me to look at about 1 year from now. Yeah, they're really showing me October. I'm like, does she really want a Halloween wedding? I don't know. But right. So I didn't see someone in your life right now putting a ring on it.
Right.
So that would make sense. Are you doing Alaska on this cruise?
Am I doing a what? I'm sorry?
Alaska. Where's the cruise going?
Alaska? No, I'm going down to the Caribbean.
Okay. I am seeing, I don't know if you're planning to take another cruise or planning to do trips, but I feel a little further West Coast and north, like Seattle, Alaska. Just know that I've said that. Remember that I have said that. The people going with you have friends going with you. Is that correct? Is this a girls' trip?
I have my sister will be going with me on this trip.
Okay. Just the two of you, because I'm feeling like there's an odd number. So if you don't have 3 of you going, then you're going to probably gather up with a third person, through friend. I kind of see the 3 of you hanging together. Maybe that's your new beau. But I do feel like a lot of fun. I do want to say for some reason, Spirit is making me tell you to be, to caution you on over drinking.
Okay.
You know, like not getting, blackout or blitzed on any one time. Okay. Some caution in that. And it may just be that, sometimes we don't make good choices when we get that blitzed, or you don't get to enjoy certain things. The A. Is there are you making a stop on an island with an A? Like Antigua, or I don't even know where Antigua is.
No.
What is the A? Can you tell me a couple of your stops?
Well, one is Cozumel.
Love Cozumel. Okay. I do know that you're going to have a great time. And I want to say that the instigator is you, not your sister. Is she the more sensible one, or is it vice versa?
No. Well, she is intellectually challenged. So, and she's 15 years younger than I am. So
Okay.
no, they're
Okay.
She's kind of her babysitter.
No. Okay. I just really feel like that, like there's going to be a good time. I did feel that there was a difference in personality between you and your sister, but I did feel like there will be a third person coming in, hanging with you.
Okay.
But I want to say that it looks to me like, and maybe that's why Spirit is saying watch your drinks, because if you need to make sure that your sister is, you have to look out for her as opposed to her looking out for you.
Yeah.
That would make sense. But I would not put it past. Is there a veterinarian in your life?
No, there isn't.
Okay. So I usually don't tell people to look for things, but maybe a guy named Tom, who's a veterinarian with a trip to Seattle or Alaska. I'm just going to throw that out there because that's what's coming in. I have no idea if that's what's going to happen with you. But I want to thank you very much for calling in. And I'm sorry that I wasn't able to give you exact. But like I said, the most important thing is this time, October of next year, I do see you in a more permanent relationship, making some decisions. Okay. So thank you so much, Deborah. And I want to thank all of you who have been watching me for the last 16 months. I've enjoyed you so much. And remember, TammyPetrocelli.com. You can find me. This is my sign out for the year. Thank you guys so much.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media.
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. It's Psychic Tuesday with Sweet Bee. I couldn't wait a whole week. Wow. And we're back and it's Halloween. And one of my favorite days of the year and one of my busier times of year, the season of Scorpio. So we're going to start with some of the astrology at the top, and then we're going to go into some readings. Now, let's start at the top. I got to put my old lady glasses on. Hang on a second here. There we go. Now I can see. So we have the fallout from these couple of eclipses that we had. We had a new moon solar eclipse in Libra, and we now had, on October 28th, we had a very powerful lunar, full moon lunar eclipse in Taurus. And it was the final of a series of eclipses that have been over the last 2 years on the lunar axis of Taurus and Scorpio. And so the north node of karma, the north node of destiny and the south node of karma are in Libra and Aries. We're going to feel those moons come springtime in Aries and Taurus time. Now, what does this all mean? Well, the fallout will go until about November 13th, and that is the fallout of truth of things we didn't see coming, things that had been brewing for a while that we hoped weren't coming, we kind of put off, we wished it didn't just pop up, and boom, there they are. Because that Scorpio Taurus lunar axis won't let you get away with nothing, not a thing. And so if there was a relationship that had a bunch of issues in it that needed to come to an end, guess what? It's ending. If you needed to get a handle on your debt or finances and it's come to a head where you've got to now take control, now's your time. If you've had a recent health diagnosis that was a wake-up call, boom, it's time to take charge. That's that Taurus Scorpio energy. And November 13th is a new moon in Scorpio, which is a new beginning, it's that phoenix rising up idea. And the phoenix rising up from the ashes, from the fallout, from the endings, and are going to be new beginnings, particularly again for those fixed signs of Aquarians and Leos and Scorpios and Tauruses. And then we have on November 10th, Mercury goes into the sign of Sagittarius. Now, this is really important because it's going to go retrograde in that sign in December. So Mercury is going to spend an extra long time in Sagittarius. And at the end of November, we have a really important full moon in Gemini. And so we have the Sun, Mercury in Sagittarius. We're going to have Ceres, which is an asteroid in Sagittarius. And then we've got this full moon in Gemini and this polarity that's going on. And I feel like there's going to be ceasefires, peace talks, communications around those events that we've seen in recent history, this last 18 months. This recent history, we're going to see some big stuff around that because we had the final series of this in June of 21, which was a whole bunch of Gemini energy. And now with Mercury and Sag and all this energy in Gemini, we're going to see some sort of shedding light on some peace accords, some peace talks, talking, people intervening, coming in and having some conversations in any sort of war-torn places. And we all know where those are because they're on the news. And so we send them lots of love. lots of healing. But the Sun, Mars, and Ceres are going to force some peace talks, force people into talking peace, diplomacy, working stuff out, trying to come to terms with things, trying to come to ideas of things. November 4th, we've got Saturn going direct in Pisces, 0 degrees of Pisces. Oh boy, progress. Anything you've put work into, you're going to see progress in. And it's one of those things. If if about 7 months ago you started working out, you'll see the progress. If you really managed your diet, if you made a whole bunch of commitments and were following through with some discipline, you're going to really see things start to pay off for you. You're going to see things start to come together for you there. Starting November 4th, and grind forward. It's going to be a grindy kind of energy, and it's around pause. So as soon as it stations November 4th, I think we're going to get a pause of truth. Things that we're going to, there's been certain events since 2019 that have paused me. And where I went, oh my gosh, that's some incredible stuff that just happened. Part of it was COVID, part of it, there was a few things, all the children locked in cages and stuff like that. It was all that stuff that just blew my mind. I was like, I have never in my life thought we would be here. And so November 4th energy to the 13th is that energy. There might be things coming up in the news that could surprise us a little, that might add for some where things have been held back or information held back now comes forward, and it's just going to progress forward, slow and steady pace, unrelenting, consistent, and not slowing down for nobody. So it's going to be lots of that kind of stuff coming forward in truth. So if there's court cases, if there's things that have long drawn out processes where we're going to get to the truth of things through those processes. And they're going to pick up that pace and be grinding and unrelenting, starting November 4th and right in and intensifying, particularly around February, March, and then kind of pulling back into the summer. And so we're going to see some pretty intense stuff going with any sort of systems or cycles of things that have been under an illusion, foggy, not clear. So if you're in a big corporation and there's a restructure that has been talked about but hasn't quite happened yet, boom, we're going to start to see that restructure. We're going to start to see possibly even some movement on the labor front, particularly with the unions, car unions, unions here in Manitoba, negotiating union contracts, proceeding forth with those negotiations of talks, getting to everybody to the table, going through all the misinformation with like methodical and consistent communications, meetings, and those types of things. So we're going to see some movement on the labor front, on the peace front, negotiations, diplomacy, having conflict resolutions, getting negotiations, getting things resolved. So there's some big energy there over the next 3 weeks. But November is a change agent in some of these. It's sort of the fallout from all of this activity in October 14th, October 28th moons. We're now going to see the fallout by the 13th and over the next 6 months. But November is going to be pretty key in some shifts in perception, shifts in communication, particularly as we see Mercury head into Sagittarius. Sagittarians want to make peace. They're not there to make war. They're there to be to bring peace to things, bring ideas, bring philosophies, bring that kind of stuff to the table. And then Venus heads into Libra. Thank gosh, because Venus is in its glory in Libra, and it's a nice energy, and it's maybe a bit romantic, a bit fantasy, a bit illusionary, a bit. So those romantic movie box office hits, rom-coms, fantasy movies, things that are where we can get some escape, and particularly with we've got 2 planets in Neptune right now, both retrograde. Saturn's going direct, as I said, November. And then in December, Neptune, the other planet, finally goes direct. And so we're going to live in this weird illusion for a little bit, for the next 2 months or so, of fantasy, romance, illusion, falling in love with, I often think of sometimes people really want an escape when things feel really tough, like a royal wedding, or they want some sort of celebrity, yaya kind of stuff where it's a nice escape. So we might see some of that coming out in the movie theater, some escape stuff, which is okay. Hey, nothing like a good escape every once in a while. Now, I've got a caller. I've got Nicole in Winnipeg. Nicole,
Hello. How are you?
what can I help you with today, Nicole?
Um, well, I've recently, lost my grandfather in
Oh,
December, and my grandmother went before him in 2016, and I'm just really missing them.
oh, I'm sorry, kid. Let's think about them. Let's think about that grandma and the grandpa. What's the day and month of your birthday, Nicole?
April 28th.
Oh, you're a Taurus. Well, this April 28th, and you're at the very beginning of Taurus. You're one of those creative, kind, soft, squishy Tauruses there. Anyway, let's get into a little bit. I'm not surprised you're feeling the nostalgia of your grandparents. I'm not surprised, only because you had a pretty powerful full moon that would have unsettled you a little bit. And you'll find that when things kind of shake up in your world, you calling on them, I wouldn't be surprised. Now, with them, with your lovely grandparents, there is, I feel like what could be a cousin of yours in some way, like a younger man, along with grandma and grandpa. There's a younger man that shows up as well, and they all seem to be together. There's something important about um, the the number one keeps showing up, and the number five keeps showing up in repeat ways. There's something important about you've got a decision to make on a dog. And it's interesting because I feel like there's supposed to be a couple of dogs, and there'll be a decision on a dog, and it might be their care. I'm sorry, I cut you off, Nicole. Did you want to say something?
Oh, no, I just kind of laughed. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. And so there's a decision on a dog that seems to be popping up around you, even maybe February, March time frame. There is a strong R name that keeps showing up. Um, a man's R name. There is. May I ask you a question, Nicole? Do you mind if I ask you something?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Well, there's also a B name and a C, and I didn't want to jump around, but your grandpa is bringing up that there's some conflict in your family right now, and there's something around a bit of heartbreak and some, I don't know, a man and a woman who are being really challenging. And I don't know that it's just to you, but it seems to be within family, and that there might have been an unexpected like kerfuffle or explosion, or like people were acting up. We're acting up. And he wants to bring me to a house, and that there is something about decisions about this house or the conversation that happened around this house that might have been kind of a spur of it. And it's funny because I wished you would have been in this house, or that maybe this house would have been best served to you. I don't know, something important about it.
Oh my
And
goodness, yeah.
yeah, it would have been best served to you, this house. And it's okay. He's around you a lot. Your grandmother's very gentle energy. Like, she's not pushing her way in. She's very gentle. And in fact, she reminds me of a blanket, and like a soft blanket or a soft, fuzzy thing of hers. And there's something important about your grandpa, and there's a hat and I feel like I have a hat on a wall. And he's hoping the conflict resolves, and that because I feel like it's in the bigger family and it stems from the house forward. And that the very final piece I'll leave you with, because I'm going to run out of time, is that there's someone's had real issues, and he's pointing to you, Nicole. There's something about your health in your lower body, around your belly button area, that you need to take care of, or that's pretty chronic. And there's something about some tests or looking at, and I feel like you're going to be okay, but there's something you need to take care of there. Okay.
Okay. Well, thank
Okay.
you.
Well, that's everything I can cram in a few minutes. And thank you so much for sharing your grandparents with me. And
Thank you.
and sending you lots of love and a great big old hug. Well, thank you, Nicole.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Now we have another caller. And Crystal, I've got a beautiful lady named Crystal. Hey, Crystal.
Hi.
Hello, my lovely lady. Now, what can I
Hello.
help you with today?
I don't know. I'm just curious to know if you sense anybody around me. Back in August, a year ago, I lost something meant something a lot to me. Best friend of 3 years, and I tried to see him in the last year of his life, and I was just curious to know if I blame myself for a lot. You know, it was his death. I had him take a hernia surgery, and the same week he died. So I don't know if that has something to do with it or what. You know, I never got to say goodbye or anything. So
Oh, I'm sorry, kid. I feel like sometimes never getting to say goodbye, sometimes it's meant to be that way. Like sometimes it's meant to be in that moment where you're not given the opportunity because maybe we're not ready, maybe we're not. So it's not, I always think spirit has you in perfect timing, and that you didn't miss anything because spirit's always with us. And that there's a strong, I'm gonna just, there's a strong D, as in like David, or D name. There's a strong T and a strong W. These initials keep showing up. I know that's not your name. I get that. But when I think of this man that passed, there's also a lady who passed, oh geez, I'm going to even say maybe 2014 or several years ago, still in the 2000s.
my grandmother, maybe.
They're together.
My grandmother.
Like they show up together. But she passed her
Okay.
like several years ago. And she's very noisy. Like she would call your name every once in a while. And that this man who passed, even though you missed that moment of transition, I feel like he shows up in two ways. There's something about something he had written, and his handwriting and his voice, and that you might have a recording of his voice, or you might be able to go back and hear his voice. And so there's also something about, and I'm going to go to the present for a moment. There's something about some instability around maybe where you're living, and that there'll be changes around where you live, and you'll be so happy about them. Like you're finally able to settle in, or things finally settle down for you, because I think there's been a lot of aside, I feel like these passings almost made you feel just on your own. Like, oh my God, I'm on your own.
Like I said, I blame myself for a lot, you know, because he still had a slight heartbeat when I found him, and I couldn't keep him alive. And, you know, like I said, I had him have surgery and stuff, and, you know, and the household thing, you know, I am living with my mom right now since he passed. So I kind of like went downhill, you know, into depression. And so I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, is my mom's house. There's a lot of chaos here right now. My stepdad died prior to Johnny dying too, and so he died here in this as well. And my mom's going through some stuff, and I'm going through some. So it's not really been easy for us, you know.
So a couple things come to mind, and I just want to say to you, in these moments where spirit, you feel like you're in the season of separation where you're just like everything is just still and you don't know, it's to hold you back a bit so you can see everything. I feel
Mhm.
like you have some bigger moves and you might wind up detoxing a few people out of your life and stepping back
Mhm.
from them. Okay. And that's
Mhm.
okay. You've got something to address in your health, and that
Mhm.
there's some sort of needles like you would get an injection, and
Really?
yeah, that's going to help you with something
Okay.
chronic, and maybe you only have to go periodically for this injection, and it's going to help
Mhm.
you quite a bit. That
Mhm.
things are not falling apart, they're just waiting for your decision. And I feel like you might have been held back or feeling like you're obligated to stay back, and you don't. You can move forward and you can
Okay.
move away. And I feel like for you to focus right now just on yourself and your job and um and your money and your security and where you're at, because I feel like aside from this man with the J name, um,
Mhm.
um, if I may say, there's. Can I ask you something kind of odd that keeps bugging me as I've talking to you? Is
Yeah,
there
go ahead.
two fathers? Is there two father figures?
In my life,
Yeah.
it's, well, my dad, and then my stepfather. He passed away, like I said. He's around April of last year.
The man who passed away. That's where I'm at. I'm on dead people today.
Oh, yeah.
And so
Yeah.
you have two father figures, the one who passed away. I want to
Mhm.
say um, part of the anxiety you've been having is they've been hanging around you quite a bit this last little bit, really keeping you awake, really
Mhm.
prompting you to make some decisions, because I feel like you got some tough decisions in front of you, and that you've been
Mhm.
either kind of avoiding or not wanting to, get into it, right?
Mhm.
Like, because once you make the decisions, I feel like you're going to get into it. But I'm going to say by April 28th, you'll be able to make your decisions to move forward. You've got this father
Mhm.
figure, you've got your that man John, and you've got your grandmother, and you've got a little one um,
Oh,
that
really?
has already passed, and they all seem to be together with you. And so you're not
Okay.
alone. And that um, I almost feel like there's something about if you could sit down and write some spoken word, like you might be quite poetic. You might
I
be,
am. Yeah, I am actually. I write a lot of poems. Put my feelings on
yeah.
paper.
And I feel like
Mm.
if you write an ode to your loved ones, and
Mhm.
you write that poetry out, and you go do some local cafes and spoken word song,
Mm.
lyrics. Oh
Mhm.
my god, girl, you got some gifts. You got some gifts. And
Okay.
I think your writing could be quite good, but they hear it. They hear the words that you've given
Mhm.
them. Okay.
Okay.
And
Mhm.
that there's something important about a cross necklace or a cross.
My I just broke it yesterday. It broke. I had it on and then I moved wrong or something. It got caught in something and it broke.
Okay. Okay. Don't replace it. That's to break a
Mhm.
cycle.
Okay.
Okay. Don't replace it.
Okay.
That's to break a cycle.
Okay.
Instead of the cross necklace, I
Mhm.
feel like you're going to find something about a shell design, a spiral design, a
Mhm.
shell design that's going to come, and you won't have to look for it. It will find you. Okay.
Okay.
But
Okay.
that cross breaking, that's okay. Go put that in your jewelry box and let it sit, because I feel like that broke a cycle, and that
Okay.
you're just preparing this spring to really launch or move on.
Okay.
And you've got something around freedom with your work. Like
Okay.
you might be able to go to different places with your work or bring your work to another place. And I don't think you're
I'm
staying
currently getting a job, so
perfect. Perfect.
mhm,
Because I feel like by February, I know it sounds far away. I know you're like, what?
mhm,
Uh,
mhm,
but I feel like it's going to show up for you early in the new year, some sort of employment. And your work and your education might be very tied together. Like it would lead to a certification, like you would get this job and then you can earn
okay,
a certificate or certification with it, which
okay.
is quite good for you because you might be good at a few things and hard to pick that direction, you know, like,
Right, yeah.
you know,
Yeah,
a few things.
I'm struggling trying to find a job that I like, that keeps me um occupied, keeps me wanting to go to it, what I'm saying?
Yeah, that keeps you from getting bored. You do need something, I
Yeah,
feel like, where you can use your creative efforts. I think you're kind to
yeah.
animals. I feel like you're very deep in
I
your
am.
words. Yeah, the animals are
Mm-hmm.
maybe that would be a good avenue for you is to
And I
uh
my therapy.
yeah, work with them in some way. Yeah, I agree. I think that would
Mm-hmm.
be great. Well, thank you, my
Mm-hmm.
girl, and I'm going to send you so much love, and I'm sorry you had so much loss. And I feel like
Thank
you
you.
keep writing, and I definitely would love to see that posted somewhere someday. And thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you,
dear.
my
I
girl.
appreciate you.
I appreciate you too. And so you can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. You can find me at Bernice Bisson Psychic on Facebook, or if you just go to my website, I have my podcasts. They're free. I got about 30 episodes. You can find my social media account where I post ghost pictures if you like ghost hunting pictures, or you can just message me and set up an appointment. We can meet either video or in person. And I look forward to next week. And you have a wonderful week. And thank you for tuning in to Psychic Tuesday. We'll see you again in 7 days.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDSpsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host for this segment, Lady D. Hope that you've all had a wonderful week. So we do have the eclipse. We have a lunar eclipse that's happening on the 29th of October. It's starting at 5:01 a.m. That's my time here in Sydney, and it's going to go till 5:53 a.m. And it's in Taurus. Now, at the same time with conjunction, we also have opposition of Mercury and Mars, which is going to also be in conjunction with each other. So I do feel like this is going to be a little bit of an intense eclipse that we have here. Probably going to be about deep in thought and thinking about things. We've got the Mars and Mercury in Scorpio, and then we have the eclipse happening in Taurus. So when we're looking at Taurus energy, we are looking, we're feeling like stability. We're also looking at like maybe being a team player or teamwork. We are looking at things that are like earthly things, because it's an earth sign. We're also looking at our environments, like the sort of housing or houses, money. But also we're dealing with Scorpio because we've got these oppositions and this link up with conjunction with Mercury and Mars. So this is also going to bring, as I say, like deep in thought. Everything could be aspect war of words that are coming up here. When we're looking at Scorpio, we are looking at going very deep or what's hidden underneath and pondering. We're also looking at perhaps your fears too. With Scorpio, it's about fears coming up to the surface. And it even could be doing with secrets or truth telling, because with Scorpios, they like to keep their cards close to their chest. And even, in fact, a sense of loyalty as well that's could be coming up with the eclipse. Because with Scorpio, if you know a Scorpio, they're very loyal people. So, and it's also going to be a trust. So this could also be coming up feelings of trust, whether you trust someone, not trust them. It could be a sense of feeling motivated in how to say something, but it also could be like a war of words, because with the Scorpio energy, sometimes Scorpio, they have a stinger. They can be straight up talkers. So there's a sense of all these personalities and all these energies that are coming in with this. We also have it's coming up. We also got these oppositions, as I've just mentioned. We do have some tries which are going to be quite positive. We have a try with Jupiter and Venus and Jupiter and Venus and Uranus, and bring about unexpected with money and also relationships, but also helping us with a bit of luck there. There's also a square with Saturn and Uranus there too. I just feel like it's going to be quite an interesting one. Everyone's going to want to feel stable, but there's going to be an unstable feeling about it, just with these energies that are coming up. And as I said, I feel like some more like shocks that are coming out. Might be looking at, usually with eclipses, they do affect stock markets, but I do feel like it's going to affect finances and money. Unpredictability, because we are also got Taurus in Uranus too, so going to be unpredictable things, and we may even see some natural disasters or more floods or earthquakes coming up too with this eclipse. It's also coming in. I'm seeing more like clashing, like big storms and clashing here with waves and storms coming about. But even with the weather, it's very unpredictable. Where I am in Sydney, which should be hot, we're very close to summer, but yet today, where yesterday today it's very cold. It's like winter again. I'm in my jumper again. So there's also, I feel like people want, as I said, wanting that stability, but it's going to be like a seesaw here. Emotionally charged, because we're dealing with the moon, so we're dealing with our emotions, and I feel like our emotions are going to be very set. Like we're going to be set in our ways. We're dealing with fixed energies, so we're going to feel maybe a bit stuck, or like we're not open to thinking things through. But at the same time, we're going into these deep thought patterns that are coming in. So like war of words. It's got here some people who I guess are more stronger or aggressive, and there could be a sense of wanting, to be heard, or their voices are not backing down too. I feel like also people are wanting a speedy recovery from setbacks that are coming in with this energy, because it's going to be a sense of pushing you forward or a motivation here, because we've got dealing with Mars. It could be a sense of also feeling a little bit lost this week too. But this week ahead, I feel like it is going to be about moving forward and not looking back. Just keep moving ahead. When things are not going as well, we just, instead of looking backwards, we just look ahead to see what we can change or what we can do. And I have a feeling this week is about moving forward and having no regrets. And I feel like there could be a sense of just these different feelings or the energies that are coming up this week too. And I feel like knowing your value is going to be, and your worth is also going to be coming up, and what's fair and not fair coming up here as well this week. And there's going to be a sense of like hope, or people are really hoping and having this hope. And I was kept on getting, when I was writing my notes down, I keep on hearing that Michael Jackson song about healing the world. So I do feel like we've got this sense of people wanting to heal the world that's coming up this week too with it. But so we've got all these energies, mixed emotions. As I said, I feel like it's just like these scales are out of balance here, because I've printed out this chart, and it's like, and even way through the week, we have these oppositions that are sort of here, going this way here with the chart. It's going to be a mixed. I just feel like some people are very, very charged up in what they are feeling, and it's going to look. It's about, we all have the tools to cope with these things, even though we feel like we don't. People who are stronger than others deal with things differently, but I just feel like our emotions are going to be really involved with this. but it's going to be a sense of like stubbornness as well, because we're dealing with Taurus, and Taurus are very stubborn people. And then we're dealing with this Scorpio energy, which is getting even. Whenever I have a friend, her Mars is in Scorpio, and whenever I see that, I always know not to make people angry. And I said that to her, and she said to me, yes, I don't get angry, I get even. And I feel like that was a very Scorpio thing to say. So there's going to be this sense of getting even, or even like revenge, or just thinking a different way, different way. Like I always feel like when someone's got their Mercury in Scorpio, they're able to sort of think in a manipulative way, but they think in a way to get what they want, which can be manipulative. Um, but it's good or bad. They think about how they can get what they want, and they'll think about how can I use their charm, or how can I get what they want, and they will do that, person. So we've just got all these things that are coming in here too. I'm going to use I got some new deck. Oh, we've got a caller here, so let's go to the caller. So we've got here Marky, who's in California.
Yes.
So hi, Hi, Marky. How are you?
I'm good. I'm okay. I could be better.
Okay. So how can I help you today?
Okay, so I was seeing this guy, and his name is John, and I'm pregnant right now with his child, and it's kind of a messy situation. He has another child's mom, a baby mom, and he's currently with her. But he keeps in contact with me. He looks at my stories. We talk every day, and he said that he wants to help me heal.
Yeah, he wants to help
And
you.
he's also said, even if I loved you, I wouldn't tell you.
Yeah, he doesn't want to commit to you, this man. Like I feel like you love him more than what he's bringing back to you. So I do feel like it is a bit one-sided. And I do feel like you can do this. I do feel like you are a strong person, even though you feel like everything's not going the way that you want it to go. I feel like there are secrets with this man too. So I don't feel like that the other lady might not even know about you. I just feel like there's secrets with him. He doesn't want to tell you. He doesn't disclose everything, but at the same time, he wants to tell you. It's like he's trying to keep you nearby. He likes to have his choices open. He likes to have different things coming out. I feel like I get a 1, whether it be 1 year, 1 month, 1 week. It's a 1, where I feel like you're going to really I want to say there's game playing here, but I feel like where you're ready to stand on your own 2 feet. I feel like you're kind of already there now, but it's like enough with 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 the storytelling as well, where you're going to choose yourself and not your child. I want to say that too.
Does she know that I'm pregnant? Because he said that she does.
I don't think she does. I don't feel I feel like there's secrets with him. I see him whispering and seeing secrets. So I don't feel like she knows, or there's lies that he tells. This man likes to cover up his tracks, because I feel like this lady, she has a boundary, she has rules, and if you cross the boundary, that's it with her. So I do feel like, and again, I feel like a sense of money with this relationship. There's money. So I don't know whether or not he loses money if he's not with her, or if she has money. There's something about financial aspects with this. I feel like there's a fast ending here. It's a fast change that's coming in here. I do feel like he will help. There is a sense of helping financially, so I do feel like he will, but it's not everything that you need. I feel like you need more than what he may give you, too. There is also a sense of being patient.
I just hurt because I'm pregnant and I want to be with him. Like, I love this man, and I feel like I'm just getting hot and cold. Like 1 minute, he literally looks at my Snapchat stories every day. I feel like he does love me. He'll even tell me, oh, like, what are you doing? And just things like that. And I'm like, if he really didn't care, like, then there's always been something there
He
with me and
likes,
him.
yeah, he likes having someone there. That's the thing. This man likes different options, and he likes having someone there. That's what I feel like with him. But I feel like, look, there is an ending here though with this, and I just feel like there's a point where you're gonna, like, either you or him. I kind of feel like it's more you who's gonna cut this relationship. Because I do see you standing on your own with your child, and being quite resilient and resourceful too, because I feel like there are people around you who are going to help you as well with this. Um, I just got to leave it there with you. I'm sorry to cut it short, but thank you for calling in today. I know it was short, but just know that you're stronger than what you think you are. As I said, I see you standing with your child in your own power, and you're not going to be pushed around anymore. But he will help you, but it's not as much as you want it to be. Okay. So thank you. So guys, thanks for a great show. Happy lunar eclipse. It's happening on Sunday morning or Saturday night if you're in America. So if you want to contact me for a reading, you can. My details are Lady D Psychic Parties for my website and Facebook, Lady D Psychic for my Instagram and TikTok, and Lady D or Danielle Psychic for my YouTube. So thank you, and I'll see you same time, same place next week. Bye for now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insights with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Happy Halloween. Thank you for tuning in today. I am Andrea Bacon, and today's topics is going to be spirits beyond the veil. What are some ways that spirit can manipulate energy during a visitation? Now, first, I just want to let you know a few offerings that I have in my shop real quick. I just want to mention I'm doing a reading that is for Halloween. It's a Samhain reading. So it talks about embracing your shadow, messages from the ancestors, what you need to release. So that is available. And then I just wanted to show you a couple of my perfume mists that I make. They're available too. So if you can see it, if not, that's okay. But this is my mist perfume called Aphrodite. It is made with pure essential oils and it smells amazing. It's got like pink lotus, amber, rose maroque, and it is in an organic rose water. And then I have another lovely one, Fairy Godmother, and it is in vanilla. It's got vanilla, rose otto, amber, and it also has the organic rose water in it. So there's several in there in my shop, and you can go ahead and check it out if you want. It's in stan.store/medium Andrea. Okay. And they're in those cobalt blue 4-ounce glass jars. So now let's talk about Samhain, or it is the Celtic New Year. So it's an Irish word for summer's end. And they say that the veil is thinner now at Halloween and All Saints Day, All Souls Day. And the spirit world have many ways of letting us know that they're around. They may bring a scent around you that reminds you of them. It could be anything from a food or a drink that they liked. They could be perfume cologne that they liked or wore that you could just smell out of nowhere. Certain flowers like a rose or a lily or something, of that nature that they would grow in their garden or like to have fresh in their house. And even sometimes cigarettes and alcohol. In fact, they will, if you associate that with them, but sometimes they would put, those tastes of different foods or different drinks in my mouth, during readings, or just, it can happen out of the blue when you're going through your normal daily routine as well. Just, that's how they are letting you know they're around. Now, they can also manipulate objects. So I'm sure some of you have had where you were looking for an item that you've misplaced and you looked everywhere and you go back and your item's there where you looked. So that's kind of a common thing that they'll do, or they'll slightly maneuver an item where you left it and just so it's turned a little bit. And then maybe, there's a chair that looks like it's slightly moving, but there's nobody there. That can be spirits and your loved ones. They can manipulate electronics, like they'll change the TV channel, or certain devices can go off and on or make a noise or some type of beeping, and spirits will do that to let you know that they're around. And, some people will be like, well, why are my loved ones around me? What are they trying to tell me? As if they're worried that there's some kind of cryptic message there. But it's not like that. It's just that they are letting you know that they are around, and that they're there, and that they can do these things from the other side. But then there's also, separate from our loved ones, there's also earthbound spirits that they don't always know that they're not alive anymore. If you normally, they're just like at a haunted location usually. Not always. Sometimes they're at places like the store, but for the most part, they're in haunted houses, haunted locations. For some reason, they chose not to go into the tunnel of light when they passed on. So they have not crossed over yet. So you may have seen like depictions of like ghosts, on television or whatnot, where they have scars on their face, or they're like limping or walking with an injury or something like that. And that's kind of to acknowledge that they haven't crossed over, because they have not received the healing from the other side that we all do when we enter the healing presence from the light and the other side. And so that's why sometimes they're depicted like that. And they can stay in a location that they're emotionally attached to when they were alive, or something that they felt a strong responsibility for. They can stay attached to objects that feel very possessive over, or just certain locations in general. But some of them stay behind out of fear that what they did is not forgivable. And so they think that they'll be punished, that what they did when they were alive was like too horrible. So, but each soul will receive love and healing when they pass. So that's not really true, but that is basically the reason why they choose not to do so. While there are plenty of haunted places in the world, there absolutely are, I really want to say that not to worry when it comes to this happening to someone that because like out of all the readings that I've done to connect with people and their loved ones, nobody was earthbound. And it's not a common occurrence. So your loved ones have crossed over. They're at peace in the light. Their soul is expanding. They're evolving into the higher realms. And, people always ask, what is the message? And like I was saying, it's always just that they want to connect with you and that they love you. So, if you have ever been to like these haunted places, I know I have, you may have experienced or heard of a poltergeist. Now, poltergeist is a German word that means noisy spirit. I have experienced this a few times, where they will create a lot of chaos to drive people away who are in their space. Some theories about poltergeist state that they are created by a lot of like negative energy, or just charged energy by people who are alive. And they have a lot of chaotic emotions. They also have spiritual abilities. They may not be aware that they have them, but they're affected by or sensitive to energy. They may have some lower vibrational energies around them, and it's just kind of all this one big old soup in creating this frenetic energy. So they don't know how to control it. It's chaotic. Usually it kind of happens and manifests in their living space. So this, it can happen. It doesn't mean that will happen if you have abilities and, you have a lot of emotions. It's just something that can happen. And that's usually how a poltergeist is formed, from what a lot of mediums have said. And I kind of feel that way too. But they take on a life, that energy takes on a life of its own and becomes that poltergeist type of thing. It can also be affected by other other lower vibrational trickster spirits that can affect that energy and make it do things. if you've ever seen that movie Poltergeist where the television is snowy and fuzzy looking, um, that's kind of the feeling, the energy. It's that frenetic, fuzzy, chaotic energy. If you are in a haunted place that has, a poltergeist. So I went to the Whaley House in Old Town San Diego, and I experienced that there. It can make you feel nauseous. It can, make you feel fearful or sad, or it's like you kind of feel overcome a little bit, and it can make you feel drained. And it's like a dense, heavy pressure. Now, I do like to go to some of the haunted tours. I know a lot of people do. Some people stay really away from that, but you got to definitely protect yourself before you go into those things. But I even had an experience with a poltergeist actually while I was antiquing in Vermont. It was in an antique store, and I think it was probably either an object that was in there that kind of drew it in there, coupled with the building being really old. And they want to run you out of their space. They are aggressive. And, I haven't heard of anybody actually being physically harmed, but I know they say that can happen. But yeah, I got out of there, and it's definitely something that is a phenomenon that has occurred that many people have experienced. So, but aside from all that, our loved ones are in a beautiful place, and they always have messages for us. And some of the main messages that I have gotten from them doing readings and whatnot are that, like, if you couldn't be with them when they passed, then you really weren't meant to. And so I know a lot of people can be really sad and, make things even harder for them when they're grieving. But a lot of people, when they're passing, wait till other people, everybody has kind of gone out of the room anyway. So don't carry that around with you if you're in that situation. And they watch over you, and they're inspired by you, and they love you very much. They see the ripple effect that you put out into the world, and all the things that you do and have to go through, and how you bring it all back to the energy of love, and it really lights up the planet. And they're seeing this from a higher perspective. So that is my show. That's what I have for you today. Have a wonderful and safe Halloween if you celebrate. And you can check out my store, and you can email me if you have any questions about any of the readings.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Full Circle Wellness U with Renee Johnson. Renee Johnson. Live from FullCircleWellnessU.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Full Circle Wellness U
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my show. This is Renee Johnson coming to you live from Tennessee in the United States, and it is once again Reset Wednesday. I'm really excited to get this going. It's been a fantastic day, especially here. I haven't had to reset my Wednesday, spent it out on the lake, got a little bit of vitamin D and got some good sunshine. It was absolutely wonderful. I hope that you're all finding ways to take care of your mental health as well as your physical health out there. And you find times to get out in the sunshine and get grounded on the earth and just do things that bring you joy. You know, that's what life's really all about, right? So tonight I want to talk about a couple things, actually. One of them is the subconscious versus the conscious mind. So the subconscious mind is a part of us that I like to say keeps a record of everything. It's always running in the background. It's filing away information. It's paying attention to every little thing that's happening. Your conscious mind is kind of what you're using, hopefully, right now while you're listening to me, and I'm using while I'm communicating with you. And it's the part of us that is so, you know, here right now, and we're doing all the analytical stuff and all that mental stuff. Well, the funny thing about the subconscious and the conscious mind, it's really interesting, is the conscious mind and the subconscious mind don't know the difference between fact and fiction. So when you're working, I'm sorry, the subconscious mind, when you're working within the subconscious mind and you're thinking of something, or even if you're just in your day to day and you're thinking of something that is, you know, something that you'd like to bring about, something they say manifest your intention, you know, something that you're creating or something you're working on, a project or what have you, and you're thinking about that within your subconscious mind grabs those ideas and those notions and wants to make it happen. Well, in the same token, if you're thinking about things you don't want to happen and you're distracted by, you know, negative possibilities for outcomes that you don't want to occur, well, your subconscious, again, doesn't know the difference in fact or fiction. So, you know, whether you're imagining a 10-foot, you know, or 100-foot whale coming at you, I'm going to use a whale instead of something really scary, coming at you, or you're thinking of the most beautiful rose garden and you're sitting in the rose garden and you're smelling the roses, or you're at the beach, you know, and you're imagining this whale or not, your subconscious mind is going to give you what it is that you're focusing on. So saying that, let's try to remember that and look for ways to focus on the things that we want in our life, and never to say, I don't want, I'm not going to have, it can't, and even want, just to say want. That, you know, it doesn't feel too good either. So when you're in that place where you're setting an intention for your life, you know, we have these times. Maybe you want a different career, maybe you want to take a vacation, I don't know, maybe it's your health. Like for me, I've done a lot of manifesting and a lot of intentions around my health, and I have a lot to report for that too. Good news with my medical results and such that I've been sharing. I've had some really nice blood work come back this week. My vitamin D is sufficient. It's not great, but considering I'm not supplementing, it's wonderful. And it used to be very deficient. I was very low on vitamin D3, and I haven't taken supplements in almost 3 years. So that's pretty good. And I have the 3-year mark, the year mark, and this past 2 weeks mark to the test to compare those two. So that's really awesome and inspiring for me with all this detox and all the things that I've been doing for my health to see that. And on the flip side of that, it's really cool because I haven't been sick since 2020, right about the time that virus came around. My husband and I got really sick with that. And we've been really strong. We've been getting stronger since. It's been really interesting with this detox and taking supplements. And when I say supplements, I mean like minerals and things with my hair analysis and my blood work and my urine test. And soon my gut results show me where I'm lacking, where I have too much of, you know, like, well, aluminum, mercury, all those things, the heavy metals that I've been getting out of my body. Those levels have come substantially down. My calcium's getting where it needs to be, working on all these different checks and balances to get healthy. And then the greatest news this week was my CRP, which shows your interstitial, your cellular inflammation within the body, which causes heart disease and all kinds of horrible things to go wrong in your body. It used to be off the charts, like really not good at all. And it's actually in a great range, as my doctor put it. She said she was really happy with the range. So that shows that my mental stress is down because that builds that inflammation as well. And my diet has been shifted so much with all the vegetables and the fruits, mainly the fruits and the fasting and the feasting and the mono diets and all those things that I teach and I do, has really made a huge difference. So that's probably why I'm feeling so much better, right? And it's been quite the journey. It's an incredible process. You learn so much about yourself. And I'd love you to follow me on First Full Circle Wellness U, Full Circle Wellness YOU on YouTube. My handle is HypnoTalker26 at HypnoTalker26. HypnoTalker, that's me, Renee Johnson, for Full Circle Wellness U. I'm also on Facebook, but if you go to YouTube, you can watch all these shows, the remakes, and you can also see all the other videos that I'm posting, health videos, gardening, herbs, all the different things that, that I promote and that I live. So, check me out on YouTube. I think you'd really enjoy all that information. So back to it. The subconscious is always thinking. It's always paying attention. So if it doesn't know the difference in fact or fiction, we can tell it what we want. So I can say, maybe I don't have $30,000 to go buy a new car right now, but I can feel that leather. I can sit in those seats in my mind and I can meditate on that and I can think about it and set that intention. And if I hold that intention, not too high where I'm giddy and silly, and not too low where I don't think it can happen, but kind of baseline where I feel it. I've had this for, I don't know, maybe 3 months. What does that feel like? Oh, it's great. I'm driving around in my new car, smell the leather. This is awesome. And then, it's been a year. What does that feel like? Oh, I'm really happy with my car. It's been really a good car. It feels good. I'm comfortable. It's been 2 years. What does it feel? That's a good place to manifest from because you're not too high, you're not too low. Again, you're at that base level, and that's where the manifestation takes place. So even though I don't have that new car, perhaps, or whatever it is, even your health, you can't get out of bed too easily this morning. You can manifest and see yourself and set an intention that within, a month, you're going to be up and jumping out of bed in the mornings and feeling good and focus on that and see yourself. What would that look like? Getting out of bed, not being all crippled up and trying to get to the bathroom or whatever. And instead you're, grabbing your coffee for the day and you're headed outside, to sit under a tree or whatever, whatever your intention, your manifestation is. And your subconscious will start to create it. And I call it out in the ethers because while we're saying these things, good, bad, and indifferent, don't forget they're creating, they're happening out there in the ethers in the universe. They're coming together. And you see that all the time. You'll say something, God forbid it's something negative, like, God, I hope I don't break down or something like that. And the next thing you broke down on the side of the road and you think, well, I did just say that, didn't I? And I truly believe that we create what we think about. So stinking thinking brings stinking results, and creative thinking brings creative results. So I'd like to challenge each of you to, practice this. If you're not already doing it, just try it. It's wonderful. And the other thing is while you're manifesting, creating, meditating, whatever it is, there's some tools you can use. So I like to use essential oils. This is a really good one. It's an acacia herb. I'm sorry, oil, and it's actually lemon eucalyptus because my show's on a little late tonight. I was on the boat. I'm tired, so I've been smelling this wonderful lemon eucalyptus, which is very healing. It's cleansing. It's an antibacterial, so it's healthy as well. But it also just gives me a little pick me up, not too much, just enough to get through the show. Have the energy, and then also just to be able to wind down. You can use oils. You can use lavender. You can use rose. You can use soothing oils to help you calm down in a reset Wednesday kind of situation where you just want to reset your day or your moment, or God forbid, you're having anxiety, and you're really stressed out, or you just can't focus, or you're freaking out, or whatever. You can get a good essential oil, especially lavender, and you breathe it, and it's actually a nervine. It calms down your nervous system. It's amazing. The other thing you can do, and this even works for extreme cases like childbirth, believe it or not, you can, when you're in pain or stressed again, you can take a crystal. This is just a white piece of quartz crystal. Can you see that? Yeah. And then I have this little angel stone that I love that was given to me, and I like to keep her in my pocket sometimes when I have my jeans on. And you put your thoughts, your challenges, like if you're stressed, you just breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth, and you use your focus item, and you put your intention, you put your energy inside that item, whether it's a stone or some kind of little token you carry, or this is an old turkey feather that was found on our property like I don't know, 10, 12 years ago. And I like to just look at it and be in the moment, see the lines on it, And I breathe, and you can probably hear how my rhythm of my breath changes and my voice, the cadence changes. It's because it actually, I've practiced it so much that it brings me down a notch and it helps me just to focus more on this feather, on this table, whatever it is. And if you don't have anything like that, I mean, these are just sunglasses, just my silly sunglasses. You can put your energy on anything. In the middle of a full blown panic attack, anxiety attack, the idea is to take the attention away from what you're thinking about what's happening to you, which is again just your conscious mind trying to convince you that it's out of control, where your subconscious mind can step in and say, no, we know how to handle this. And then you can take something, any old object like these glasses, you can just focus on them and feel them. This is plastic. It's got little rhinestones in it, kind of pinkish, purplish, blackish. And your breathing changes. You breathe in through your nose, you breathe out through your mouth. You know, we do a lot of these exercises each week, and it's so simple. And that's what I wanted to really get across tonight. It's just that simple. If you're driving in your car or something scares you or something, you got your hands on the steering wheel, just feel the steering wheel, be in that moment, you know, be in that moment, be looking at the road, stay aware of what's happening, but feel that steering wheel and feel your heart rate and let it slow down, calm down, let your blood pressure go back to where it needs to be. These are very simple, highly effective techniques that have been used by thousands. I don't know how many people, therapists, psychiatrists, doctors, trainers, healers, teachers, nurses, doctors, all types of people to help people calm down and focus. The feather might be a little more on my metaphysical side, my old Native American thing, but it works, you know, and because I think it belonged to such a magnificent bird, it helps me calm even more. So whatever works for you, right? That's the key to it. If it doesn't work for you, don't do it because it's not going to be any good. Find your thing and do that. So, okay, all my lemon drinkers, you guys out there that's been drinking lemon water with me, I just want to jump on that real quick. This has been amazing because I'm doing a full lemon in with my minerals being like magnesium, silver, potassium, the different minerals, and they're liquids, and you mix them anyways. If you want to know more about that, you know, hit me up at Full Circle Wellness U or Renee Johnson Full Circle Wellness on Facebook, or go to YouTube at Full Circle Wellness U. Once again, HypnoTalker at HypnoTalker 2626. So the lemon water has been absolutely amazing. People are always asking me how to lose weight. And it's not about losing weight, it's about losing waste. And, you know, I'm not a very large person and it's kind of personal, but I have been eliminating so well. And my belly's flat and my body feels better because I've gotten rid of all that acidic toxins and it's not just eating on my body. And the lemon water being alkaline has helped shift my acidicness to alkalinity, which is perfect because that counteracts any of the pain, the inflammation type symptoms that you would have. And it also clears mucus, which is acidic, right? Phlegm, mucus. And it's just been amazing to see the process and how this is happening. My skin's getting clearer, my hair's getting healthier, my vision's getting stronger. It's amazing when you clean out these toxins, what's really happening in your system. So if you're at, you know, the end of your little wit's end and you're freaking out because you're getting, you know, rough diagnosis and these different things, I had those too, and I've had them for years, but there are ways, and I can prove to you, I can show you the results that, you know, I really encourage you to have the diagnostic test done, the hair tissue mineral analysis, to have the urine test done. I suggest that you get any x-rays you need, MRIs. I don't believe in contrast, just my personal opinion. I don't want to put anything in. I got to detox out later. And I think it's galadium. It's not a good thing at all for the body. So I'm not doing that. But have those tests done so you have those results to look back on, and then jump on and start, you know, just go ahead and start your protocol. You know, call me and let's set it up. Let's get your protocol set up for you. I think you'll be amazed at how simple it is. I mean, there's days, there's rough days, but hey, it's no worse than taking a bunch of medication that makes you sick or going through hellacious surgeries and healing. And, you know, and sometimes that's necessary, but, you know, you can look at these other options too if you're open-minded and want to do something different. And again, I'm living proof, so, you know, I'm going to preach it forever, I'm sure. It's incredible. It's really an incredible journey. So drink your lemon water every morning, get up, squeeze a half a lemon, organic if you got it, and about 32 ounces of water, drink it on throughout the day and get your body cleaned up. That's just a great place to start. And you'll be amazed. You will lose weight. You'll drop the pounds, but you'll lose the waste. And as you lose the waste, everything gets better. And then your body starts changing and your weight starts dropping, of course, and you get down to smaller and smaller sizes, which is the bonus of being healthy. It's not the ultimate goal is to be a certain size. It's to be healthy, getting to that size and then being at a healthy size, no matter what size that is, you know. Um, it's it's just amazing, and it doesn't have to be complicated. It's not complicated. I try to keep it very simple and you owe it to yourself. So, you know, do that. So ask yourself, how are you feeling? You know, how are you feeling? Are you feeling good today? Are you feeling good tonight? You know, are you stiff and sore? Did you have a good day? You know, do you feel pretty clear headed? Were you really stressed out today? Did you feel as if, you know, you couldn't get things accomplished? Was it you know, a mindful sort of day? Have you been more intuitive lately? Do you feel like your intuition has decreased or has it increased? Many people I'm talking to are telling me their intuition's off the charts. Um, they've become even more psychic, even more intuitive. All of the solar eclipse that happened, the lunar eclipse, all the different planets lining up. I'm hearing all different things from all kinds of different people, from astrologers to you know medical friends to just different people are you know having all these different experiences. But it seems like we're all starting to tune in quicker, easier, and more people are telling me they're developing new gifts. Some of them they're blown away because they really didn't even know they had them. But I think most of the people that come to this show know that they have gifts and they're open to spirit and they're open to godly experiences in the supernatural, to know that we are so much more than these little human beings in these avatar bodies. You know, we are spiritual beings. We're amazing spiritual beings and we have such gifts. And those gifts we need to share. You know, we need to share these gifts with everybody that we can, and you know to teach other people how to stay calm, how to step out you know of their social anxiety situations, and to remember we were at a barbecue last week. I thought it was great, and there was a new lady there and she said she was having anxiety, and she goes, I'm just feeling so anxiety, there's all these new people. And my son spoke up and he said, who doesn't have anxiety? You know, we all have anxiety. And I thought, wow, that's a powerful statement, because I think we all do at some level at some time, you know. And it may, you know, everybody has it for different reasons. You know, I have anxiety before I come on and do this show. And the minute I get on, I'm fine. But the first 10 minutes before the show, I'm like, oh, you know, what if I do? What if they say? What if I think? What if they think? It's just nonsense, you know. And then I have to remember, hey, whoever's watching me has been there and they want the best for me and I want the best for them. And then I get on the air and I do what I do, you know, and I pray that I get my message across and the anxiety just drifts away. So, you know, that can be ego too. There's fear and love. And if you're not in love, you're in fear. So I do my best to stay in love, encourage others to do the same. And again, remember those focal pieces. This is so important tonight that I get this across, because as you're developing these skills and these gifts and you're seeing things, having visions, hearing voices, yeah, you're not crazy if you're hearing voices. Now, if they're mean voices and they're telling you bad things, probably want to go get that looked into, because no voice, no intuition I've ever had has ever wanted me to do anything harmful to myself or anyone else. So if that happens, those are dark things, and you really need to find someone to cleanse you and heal you and help you get spiritually balanced, right? Anyways, focal points, focal items, essential oils to calm you down. Lavender, if you want to meditate, the one I like is clary sage. It's a phenomenal oil. It makes you more conscious, more aware, but yet it helps you relax, if that makes sense. It gives you like an edge on your focus. It's a phenomenal, phenomenal oil, clary sage. It's a plant and a flower. All the oils come from plants and flowers. And, you know, like I said, even sunglasses, whatever you got, necklaces. I usually wear a necklace, and if some people know me, you'll notice when I'm feeling nervous, sometimes I'll play with my chain, roll my rings on my finger, whatever it is. You know, you just put that stress that you're feeling, and you breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth, and you put that energy directly into whatever that object is, you know. And saying that, we also do this meditation, and I'm going to run us through it kind of quick because, you know, it's a short show, but it's really important to be present, to be in the moment at all times, because when you're in the moment, you're in your awareness, you're not in fear. The minute you slip into fear, you've left awareness, you can be controlled, you can be injured. You know, bad things happen when we're in fear. We get, you know, we get hectic, we get foolish, we don't think clearly, and accidents happen, and, you know, just we make bad choices or say the wrong thing, do the wrong thing, whatever. So being in the moment, being present, you know, and staying in awareness, you can imagine no matter where you're at, that you can feel the presence of the seat under your body, the chair under your body, the couch, the bed. You can feel your body, the pressure of your body on the seat, on the bed, on the couch, whatever it is that you're sitting on or lying on or standing on. And then you can just imagine, you know, a beam of light coming from above you, above your head, a white beam of light perhaps, and it comes through. I call this source energy. To me, this is the energy of the Christ-like energy, Christ energy, and it comes through my head. It comes down through the body, comes through the body as it comes down. It brings me down, down, more centered, more relaxed. That's it. And just imagine it. You can close your eyes and imagine this white light just coming through the top of your head. And as it comes down, just relaxing, breathe it in through your nose and out through your mouth. Just imagine that light coming down, down your head, through your face, down your neck. That's it. Down your neck, down into your chest, down into the heart chakra, right into your heart. Breathe in that love and relaxation. Breathe out any stress, tension, or tightness. And again, breathe in the love, relaxation. Let go of the tension and tightness. Imagine that light moving down through the center of your being. That's it, right down through the center, the core of your being, down into your root chakra at the base of your spine. Let it go all the way down your legs, down into your feet. And imagine that white light just going down now like roots deep into the earth, grounding you, balancing you, keeping you in awareness and focus, centered, balanced. That's perfect. Perfect. You know, do this several times a day if you need to, anytime that the need arises, and take your time with it. You know, I'm a little rushed for time, but take your time. 45 minutes, if you can do that, would be great. You know, if you fall asleep, that's okay. Fall asleep. If you have thoughts come up, thank those thoughts and accept them and just let them be. You know, don't try to stop it. Meditation isn't about total focus. Sometimes we have to get those things in that we can't process in the conscious mind. So allow the subconscious to do whatever it does, and it'll get tired of giving you too much. And then, you know, you can set that intention that what you want in your life, and use words like I see, I have, I know, I feel, I've got this. This feels good. This feels great. Oh wow, this is it. You know, this is what it feels like to have that degree in my hand. This is what it feels like to get that phenomenal doctor's report and see your test results, and they're just absolutely amazing. And imagine the next time, set that intention for the next time, the goal's higher and higher, whatever it is. You know, it could be a relationship, seeing you having more patience, or you can even do it for other people, seeing that other person having more patience, or, you know, more ability to work with you in the relationship, whether it's your child or your mate or your parent or whoever, a coworker, whatever it is. You know, we are amazing spiritual beings having this human experience. And let's not forget it, you know. And when we start having these notions, pay attention, write them down. You know, if you get messages, write them down. You have dreams, you wake up at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Best way to go back to sleep is to write it down. Keep that pen and paper, wake up, set an alarm even, and tell yourself, you know, I'm going to write this down, go back to sleep. And you'll be amazed at the insight that comes from your dreams. It comes from everywhere, songs and people you meet, and you know, saying that a lot of people are coming into our lives, people are going out of our lives. Let them go with love and light, and embrace those new people. There's amazing new people coming in. And, you know, I spent the day on a boat with some new friends and a little 3.5-year-old girl today. And she was amazing. She was so sweet and cute and smart and just blew my mind. So many of the things she would say and the things she noticed that we didn't pick up on. And, find the joy, guys, find the joy. And when you find that joy, hold on to it and bring that joy into that creativity and create the life you want. It's your life. You can have it. It can be anything you want, and it's not all about money because money's energy. So if you shift the energy, the money seems to flow, the money comes. I'm not saying, millions of dollars are going to drop in your lap. They might if that's your intention and you manifest it, but it may not even be necessary. There's so many ways to have your hopes and dreams and intentions fulfilled without, it being like, you got to go earn $1 million in the next 60 days or whatever. Maybe you just be given $1 million, who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? Or maybe $1 million opportunity happens and you'll make millions of dollars in the next 5 years, 10 years, whatever it is, just know that it's yours. This world really is our oyster, and it's Wednesday and it's Reset Wednesday. Please don't forget that. Go check me out at Full Circle Wellness U. That's YOU, because you're the one that matters on YouTube. It's at the @ symbol, HypnoTalker26, HypnoTalker26. Watch all these show videos and catch all my other videos. A lot of new live trainings are coming up. I'm going to be going out remotely and doing some live stuff with other trainers and other speakers on different health topics and different energy topics. And I think you'll really enjoy it. So check it out, and my YouTube link is on my Facebook link's on my YouTube channel. So, go check it out at HypnoTalker26, Full Circle Wellness U, YOU on YouTube, Full Circle Wellness on Facebook, and Renee Johnson on Facebook. And join our group. It's been really great tonight. I hope y'all have a beautiful, beautiful, blessed evening. Take care of yourselves. Don't forget to drink your 32 ounces of lemon water. Please don't forget. Let me know how that's going. Lose the waist to lose the weight. You'll be so happy you did. Find some more joy in your life. And guys, don't forget to keep looking up. Always look up. Don't just reach up, look up when you're down. Just look up. There's amazing things happening up there. And believe in yourself. Know who you are and know I love you. And call me, write me. Love you. Take care. Good night, everyone.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is the Psychic Side
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network and Moonstruck TV. Wishing you a happy Halloween from the Psychic Side. We're still the #1 psychic radio network on Earth, and we're delighted to be with you today. So it is a special day, being Halloween, so I hope that you will enjoy this time with all the kids coming out. And if you're an adult with the kids, it's a lot of fun to do that as well. So we're going to be at home giving out candy this evening, and we're not going to be doing our class tonight, our mediumship class. I hope to have one of our students with us today, but apparently something happened. She's not able to come, so maybe we'll pick another day for her to be with us today. So I'm John Capello, and I'm your host here on the Psychic Side. I'm a psychic medium from the Dallas, Texas area, North Texas area, and I've been doing this for about 30-something years. If you're new to the program, welcome. And I want to just let you know what I try to do is I try to bring psychic abilities and psychic work kind of down to earth and a little bit more reasonable for people to accept, if you want to call it that. So it's something that I enjoy doing. I enjoy explaining how psychic ability works, and also I have lots of topics to talk about. And this past month, we've been talking a little bit about archangels, and we're talking about the angel hierarchy. And it's interesting because there's so many different angels to talk about, and whether or not there is a hierarchy. I mean, I guess it could be up to debate, and it depends on which tradition you like to follow, whether it be the Jewish tradition or the Muslim tradition or a Christian tradition. Of course, I grew up in the Christian tradition, and then you have the Catholic and the Protestant traditions too. But I grew up mainly with the Catholic version and the St. Thomas Aquinas hierarchy of angels. And we've been trying to move up the ladder here a little bit from the bottom to the top instead of from the top to the bottom. And we started out with just the regular angels, and then we went on to the archangels. The archangels are such an interesting group because they seem to get larger over a period of time. They were once 4, and then they went to 7, and now they're up to 15. And once again, it just depends on which group you're talking about. The Greek Orthodox or the Orthodox Church has a lot of veneration towards angels and their work, and it's always interesting to see what truth comes out of each one of these different angels that people talk about. But we're graduating from the archangels to another level, another type of angel today. And it's really interesting because this type of angel is the top of the lower hierarchy. And the top of the lower hierarchy of the 3 tiers of the angel hierarchy is they're called the principality angels. And they're an angel that you may not have heard about in the past because the archangels, they get all the press, Michael, he's the hero all the time. But the principality angels are a very special group, and it's an angel that you can sometimes see. People have mentioned them. If you go to the internet and you look up principality angels, you'll see a lot of information about them. And they're denoted by the colors that they portray and the colors of their wings. And the wings look like flags. And the principality angels are angels that bring wisdom and knowledge to a particular country, culture, religion, and even top leaders. And so we hope that everyone who's in a major leadership position listens to the angels that have been assigned to them for their work in the big picture of serving mankind. And of course, now we have these different wars breaking out. And so we're hoping that these principality angels are getting the ear of the leaders of the countries that are under attack and are able to ward off any of these perpetrators, these people that want to do harm to innocent individuals. So you can see that every angel, including the principality angel, has a positive angel and there's a negative one. They're right there. It's just like the seven main virtues have the seven deadly sins, and it's interesting how that works. And because I've done my research on angels, and there's just I just tapped the surface of it, but we have angels that work against the good principality angels, and of course we want the good ones to win, and that's important. So we hope that the leaders, like I say, do listen to them, and that we can have some good outcomes in these difficult times that we find ourselves in today, and because we have to, we just have to. Because mankind is on the brink here, and we want to make sure that we stay positive and work to making things better for everybody. So it looks like we have a caller, and we have a caller from New York, and I lost her name. So if we could put her name back up there, Anne. Okay. So Anne. Okay. So Anne,
Hi.
are you
Yes.
there?
Hi. I am.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
I can, yes. Do you ever listen to our show?
Yes, I have.
I got you there. Oh, yeah. Oh, good, good, good. Well, Anne, hope you're doing well today. Now, is there anything going on in a relationship in your life, or do you have another question that you'd like for me to look at today?
I would just maybe see what spirit maybe wants to tell me. If there's anything I should
Okay.
know.
Okay. Well, are you currently in a relationship right now?
Yes.
Okay. Is everything going okay in that relationship? Because it just seems like there's lots of things going on in that area. Because what I feel like you've been under a lot of stress lately. Is that right?
Well, not necessarily me, but my partner has with his work. He's doing, he's busy, very busy.
Okay. Okay. So you're a little bit worried about the stress that he has on him. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Well, it just looks like he's having to cope with all of the stress of his job and the things that are going on. It looks like the two of you do care about each other, but the stress in his situation, I feel, is causing a little stress in between the two of you. I know that you want to help him, and that's noble of you, and I feel like you're going to continue to do so. But I feel like if he's going to have to try to do something to make a change in the event that this stress does not ease up some. I don't think he wants to leave his job, but it just seems to me that he lets it get to him. And in the event that it doesn't get better, then there's going to have to be some sort of change, because it's almost like the cork is going to pop one of these days, and he's either going to let the stress get to him. Yeah, has he had any health issues?
Yeah, I worry about his health, based on him getting stressed. Yes, I do.
Yeah, because I'm worried a little bit about his health under all this stress, and so that's why I feel like he's going to maybe let this go on a few more months. But if it doesn't get better, then I think he's either going. I don't want him to have a breakdown of any kind, but I do feel like he's going to have to make a change. Okay. And
Yeah.
and if he makes a change, I feel like both of you may move. You may move to an area maybe more a little less stressful. Are you in New York City or just in New York State?
New York State. I'm on Long Island.
You're on Long Island, okay. But there's a lot of hustle bustle going on there, and so it just feels like the two of you may get to the point to where you say, "Gosh, this isn't worth it. It's not worth all of this pressure that's on us to live here," because I feel like at some point go ahead.
I'm on board. I'm on board with that. It's getting him on board with that. So you think that maybe he'll get on board?
Well, not now, not at the moment, but
No.
But I think
No.
I think
I know it
I think you want to stay in New York State. It's a beautiful state, so you may want to move into the interior of the state a little bit more, and find something that's less stressful because I think that you just don't have the quality of life that you want to have. Okay.
Right.
And
right. We were thinking Pennsylvania, actually. Pennsylvania
Pennsylvania's
seemed like.
beautiful.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just I feel like you like New York, but if you find the right place in Pennsylvania, why not? Because it's another beautiful state. I don't think you're coming south. I don't think you're going to Florida or Texas, because I think you like living up in the area where you're at, because you're used to it and you like the lifestyle there.
Yeah.
So
Right.
I feel like you're gonna try to weather the storm a little while longer, but at some point in time, he's just gonna say, "Hey, this isn't worth it." It's almost fighting futility. At least that's the feeling I'm getting. And if you
that's what
feel
he's
like you're
doing.
living, if you feel like you're in a feudal environment, sometimes you just have to change the rules, and sometimes changing the rules mean to leave. But you're going to leave together. I think that if you do move, it'll be a successful move, and it'll be one that you will not regret. Okay?
Yeah, I agree. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
All
it.
right.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Thank you. Okay. Well, take care. Bye-bye. So before we get to our next caller, I was hoping, like I said, that one of my students would come in today, and I'm going to bring some of them in to watch how this is done because I think they're a little afraid to deal with people. You give everybody tools to work with, but when you go to something live, it's a different story. So of course, I've been doing it a while, so I feel like I know what I'm doing. so when we're dealing with mediumship, we sense a presence beyond our personal space, and I really wasn't seeing any spirits around her today. I was working with the energy that just was around her, which made it a psychic reading. Okay, mediumship is the presence beyond someone's personal space. So let's go ahead to the next caller. Let's see who's calling us. Is it Brandy from? Is it Arizona? Bonnie. Oh, excuse me, Bonnie. It's Bonnie. So Bonnie, are you there?
I am here.
Bonnie, where are you calling from today?
Arizona. I'm calling from Mesa, Arizona.
Mesa, Arizona.
Yeah.
Okay, Bonnie. Are your parents in spirit?
No.
Okay. Do you have a man in spirit you've been trying to reach? Because there's two people behind you, maybe grandparents, that I'm seeing right now. Unless you have a question. Do you have a question for me?
No, but I'm interested about these spirits. Grandfather passed away many, many years ago, 40 years ago.
Okay. Did you know him very well? Did you know him at
No.
all? Okay.
I did know him, but not very well. I just had an uncle that passed about
Okay,
a month ago.
it might be your uncle. Did you know him well?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So I'm gonna have to, because it's an older man. So I'm gonna go with uncle, because sometimes uncles are kind of in the grandfather space, and it just feels like you looked up to him, you admired him. He was a person that I feel like he was a fairly kind man. Was he a good person?
Yes, yes, he was
Okay,
good. He was funny.
okay, because it just feels like, he's someone that, someone all of your life, and then suddenly they're gone. It's there's a piece of you that's goes away too, and it just feels like that's where you're at. It just feels like there's a part of you that's gone that can never be replaced. And so, for me, Bonnie, did your uncle have any land, or did he? I mean, I know Arizona has a lot of desert, but are you in a rural area in Arizona?
I am not. I am not, and
Okay,
he was not living in Arizona.
okay. I'm just. Did he have land around him?
He used to have land, but that was, he sold that years ago.
Yeah. Well, he may have gone back to it in the spirit world, because a lot of times we go back to a place where we feel we are, where we're happy. So he just is showing me this land. He may have been very proud of it. He may have needed to get rid of it at one time, but or when he sold it, it just feels like he wanted to get smaller when he sold that property, and he wanted to move to a more manageable situation. So sometimes when you have land, it's a lot of work. so uh,
Okay.
so yeah, so it just feels like he wanted to be in a more manageable situation. But like you said, he was funny. Did he ever play any instruments or anything like that, or do you play an instrument?
Not that I'm aware of. Not ever growing up, I never saw him play an instrument.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Maybe did he like country music then? Because I'm just hearing guitar music. I'm hearing that type of music around him.
Oh, he liked all kinds of music.
He did. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying that this is a person that I feel is around you. Apparently, you weren't living near him, and so you may have been in contact with him. But there's a lot of information that I could give you, but I'm not sure you could verify it because he did live in another area. But uh, so Bonnie,
Well,
for
no,
you,
when I apologize. I was just going to say we grew up. Our families lived right next to each other growing up. As adults, we've moved away. So
because I mean, I felt like you had been close to him at one time, and that he was almost in your everyday life. Okay, and and like I say, he was kind of a second father figure, or a person of that nature. So because I'm just seeing him as pretty as a pretty average person, but a good person, a hard worker. I feel like he always worked. He never wasn't a bum or anything like that. It's just a good
yeah,
person. So I think that you had a good relationship with him, and he always had a point of view that you thought was worth listening to. Is that right?
yes. And I
Okay.
just feel like he's been around a lot lately. I had a major surgery, and I feel like he's been around.
Okay, okay. Well, before I leave you, I want to just touch on the lady that I was seeing around you. So is
Okay.
this his wife, or did you have a grandmother in spirit?
I have a couple of grandmothers in spirit, and his wife also.
Okay, then this may
My aunt.
this may be his wife. Okay, did she smoke, or any of these ladies smoke?
Yes, she smoked.
She smoked. Okay, because then I'm going to just go with her. So she may have had some breathing issues. Did she have emphysema or anything? Because it looks like she's holding her chest.
She died suddenly.
Okay.
She went to the hospital and then died suddenly with sepsis. So I don't
Okay.
think it
Well,
was
but
the
she was
smoking
holding.
that got her, but
she was she told me she was holding her chest, so she may have had a massive heart attack. I know she may have had sepsis, but it just seemed like it may have poisoned her and took her life. So, because that's what that stuff does. It basically poisons you. So,
Okay.
and that's kind of what I'm seeing here. So I don't know. She might have even swelled a little bit, but uh, she had a rough time there near the end of her life. That's what it looks like to me.
Yes, she did. It was very sad.
Very sad. Okay, so this is a person that I don't want to say she was the opposite of your uncle, but I feel like he was more gregarious or in a way friendlier than her. I don't know why I'm saying that, but she just seems a little more reserved than he was. Not a bad
Yeah.
person in any way, but she was just a little bit more reserved. So she's coming in today, and so I'm sorry you had to have major surgery, but it feels like it turned out okay. Is that right?
Yes. I'm
Okay.
every day I
On the
tell
mend?
myself I'm getting better.
You're on the mend. Okay. So every day it's getting a
Yes.
little bit better. So it just feels like you're in a sense in rehab. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So just keep hanging in there, Bonnie, and continue to get better. Keep working to get your strength back, and I'm glad you called in today. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Okay. Thank you. Hope you keep listening. Okay. So. Um, So that's how it works. I hope that you can see that a lot of times we have to just kind of hone in to the spirit that comes in. When someone comes in, we have to kind of determine if they're a man or woman. We have to determine what type of relationship someone had, because for me, you have kind of different tiers. You have the youngsters, you have the contemporaries, you have the an older generation, and then you have maybe ancestors. And when you have that, you just have to kind of figure out, okay, so is it a grandfather or great grandfather? Because a lot of times you don't hear everything or see everything. And a lot of times, if you have to see the hair, you may see the head, and you may see a silhouette. At least this is the way it works with me. And you may see brown hair or gray hair or no hair on the side of the men. And then a lot of times with women, women, they come in and especially the older generations, their appearance was so important to them. And so you may see the beehive haircuts and stuff because they get ready to make their appearance here to mediums, and they want to look nice. And sometimes you see that they wear a lot of makeups, or you may smell their powder or whatever. And so it's interesting, and then you get their personalities. And like in the case of Bonnie's aunt, she just seemed a little reserved. Not a bad person or anything, but she just kind of liked to see things evolve around her. She didn't necessarily like to be the center of attention from my point of view, and she's still that way. Whereas her husband was someone that he was always busy, 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 from what I could gather. And I didn't tell her. He seemed to. I don't know if he would like to drive cars a lot or see cars, but he was standing next to a car. I should have told her that. So it's just something that as you get more schooled or experienced being a medium, that you can pick those things up. And these two readings were different contrasts. So you can see the first reading was about psychic energy, about the stress that this lady's partner was experiencing, and that stress was spilled over into their relationship. Because when your partner is under stress, sometimes you're a little bit on eggshells because you want to be supportive, and you don't want to upset them. So you don't want to in some way set them off. I felt like that's kind of where she was, and of course she's looking out for him. And that's why it looks like to me that they may be leaving that area of New York that they have been living in to find a little bit quieter pastures, if you want to call it that. So for her, I wish both of them the best, and they, because they're under a lot of stress right now. And then the second lady, she was just kind of looking to see what was going on around her, and those two folks showed up. So this is how it works, at least with me. And of course, I wish I could be more detailed here on the radio, but it's I'm just dealing with energy, and I'm trying to work as fast as I can. So, but I want to return to these principality angels, because the principality angels are a group of angels that want the best for mankind, and they are a group of angels that really do try to work with the good leaders of the world. Okay. And the leaders that are not so good, those countries still have that principality angel, but they make the best of it under difficult circumstances, and so we have to be supportive of those angels that are in countries that may not be producing the most positive outcomes for their people. So. And then, of course, the negative angels, too, that are out there, we want to, I'm sorry, keep them down, okay? We don't want them around us. They need to go where they belong. And that's not with us, or not with the people that are trying to better the lives of mankind. So, and you may notice some of these negative angels at times, especially in times of stress, in times when you're feeling low, in times when you might be sick. Sometimes people notice negative entities or negative spirits around them. And that's when you just have to try to raise your energy the best that you can, and surround yourself with white light, so that these negative angels don't affect you. They don't come around you. So we're already close to the end of our show. It goes by fast. It's always a ride here on the psychic side. And I'm delighted to be here with you and talk to you about the things that I'm interested in. I didn't get into astrology today, but I will in the future. And we'll try to bring in some more guests as soon as we can. And I'll see if I can get some of my students to have a little more courage, okay? So a lot of them are working during the time that I'm on the radio, but we'll get them out here and bring them out, and I'm making them make appearances with me at some of my spirit galleries. So that's always fun. But I want to thank our sponsor today, Miracles of Joy. I'll be there in December if you're in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. They're in Louisville. You can be sure to use their promo code PS0223 on their online store website, and you'll get 25% off. So once again, thanks a lot for being on the psychic side. I'm your host, John Capello, and like me on Facebook. Bye-bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Amanda Hall Psych
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. And happy Halloween to everybody around this amazing globe of ours. It's the day of the year where they say the veil's at its thinnest. It's the time that we're supposed to be able to connect with passed over loved ones much easier. I don't know that that's necessarily the case, but I'm not going to go with against convention either. I think every day is a good day to remember the people that have passed over, the people that we've lost, the people that are no longer with us. I don't know that we necessarily have to have a particular day of the year to celebrate our loved ones on the other side. I like to celebrate them every single day. And it's really, really interesting because here in Australia, Halloween's not such a big thing. It's growing by the year, and it's nice to see the smile on the children's faces as they turn up at the door and sort of say trick or treat, and they're all dressed up in their little costumes and everything. It's a really delightful sight. It just reminds me that we've lost some of the innocence of our youth, that, you know, we need to get back to celebrating things, to finding some joy in things, even if it is something as simple as trick or treating or remembering the people that we've lost, or just getting excited for the festive season, to sort of remind us that there should be some joy in our lives, and that we need to be able to focus on some of those sort of things, that those memories that disappear all too quick. You know, it's only a fleeting moment in time over our lifetime of these special events, and I think we need to recapture those. You know, we're all mad with our cell phones and our mobile phones and taking pictures, but we're taking pictures randomly. We're not necessarily taking pictures for prosperity like we used to do and put them in a family album and go back and reminisce it, you know, when family members came over or special events. I think we need to get back to some of those traditions. Anyway, this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is not exactly the most pleasant looking card, but it's the card that came out. And at first I thought, oh, I don't know whether I can sort of bring that card on such a happy show. And then I thought, no, this has actually been the tone of the week. With my clients around the world, I found everybody has been struggling in some form or another. So the Simply Tarot card of the week is the 10 of Wands. Now, it's weighed down with problems and a very heavy load. And as I said, you know, I work with clients all around the world. And this week's theme has been everybody seems to be struggling. Yes, I know we had a very intense moon over the weekend, and that's part of it. But people are starting to struggle with day-to-day issues, things that they thought that they had sorted out, that they had resolved, are coming back to sort of sit squarely in their lap again. And it's like it's a time where I think we all need to look at what's actually happening in our lives and try and resolve any of those issues from the past, and sort of say to ourselves, okay, this is what I need to do. This is how I'm going to handle it. I need to sort of not avoiding it. It's no point in putting it in the closet or the cupboard. It's time now to bring it out, flop it out in the front, and sort of try and find an easier way of carrying this heavy load. Sometimes just acknowledging it and working with it can make it a lot easier than it would if we just ignored the situation. So that's the Simply Tarot card of the week. Now, this week I want to do a little bit of bragging because it is Simply Tarot's birthday. I brought this set out worldwide 18 years ago, and it's 18 years today. And it only seems like yesterday that this was launched and went worldwide. And I couldn't be prouder of the set. You know, we brought out a book, a DVD, a set of cards, and we took the cards, or we we brought the Rider-Waite deck, which was the most popular deck in the world, into the 21st century with real purpose-shot photographs, and we were the first ones to put the basic meaning of the card on the bottom of the card, and it revolutionized the way people learnt tarot around the world. So to say that I'm a proud mama would be an understatement. I'm still very proud, still very excited of our accomplishments, and there's been many other sets that my publisher has brought out since then on the basis of the Simply Tarot set, but that was our original one. That was our original baby with the DVD, and it's still selling worldwide, even though it's been out of print for many years now. The people that have still got a little bit of stock like me are still selling and still selling well. So let's get on to the astrology section. Now, this week it's going to seem as if it's a little bit heavy, and I don't want it to sound as if it's too heavy, but I want to warn you that we have a lot of intense energy sitting in Scorpio at the moment. And anytime we have a lot of energy sitting in Scorpio, it sort of feels as if everything's very heavy. And, that goes very nicely with the card of the week, weighed down with the problems. And some the Scorpio energy is asking us to delve deeper. It's asking us to dig into our reserves to sort of, yes, we might feel a little bit flat. Yes, we might feel as if the load's a little bit heavy, but at the same time, we can draw on resources that maybe we're not even sure that we own, or that we've tucked away for a rainy day, and now's the time to sort of draw on those resources. So the sun is actually in Scorpio, so happy birthday to all the Scorpios. It's your time of the year to shine and enjoy yourself and party on, and and be thankful you've made another year in your life, and look at all the milestones that you've been able to achieve since your last birthday. Now the sun is conjunct or holding hands the next two planets. It's conjunct and holding hands the Mars, the planet of action. Now, Mars is the planet that gets us out of bed of a morning. It's the one that gives us the determination, the drive. Sometimes can be said the planet of ego. I wish the spirits would stop tickling me today, but they're letting me know that they're everywhere. So I do apologize. And it's interesting with Mars sitting here, conjunct or holding hands the sun in Scorpio, because Mars sort of really wants to get everybody up off the chair, get things moving, get things, motivated and sort of chugging along at a nice pace. And I'm not saying the sun doesn't want to do that. But when you've got something in a Scorpio energy, it sort of says, now, hang on a minute, let's just slow this down a little bit. Let's just take a little bit more stock. Let's just look at this a little bit more carefully. Maybe it's not quite the way that you think it is. And Mars wants to be one of those planets that wants to race, take off at 100 miles an hour as if we're in a racing car track, instead of sort of slowing down and analyzing and looking at things. And the Scorpio energy requires that, because it's an intense energy. It's an energy that says, now, hang on a minute, we have to make sure that we thoroughly explore this. So it's in a little bit of conflict there, even though Mars is going to try and sort of thaw the ice out a little bit of Scorpio, and Scorpio will try and refreeze it. It will sort of actually all play out and come together. We also have Mars, the planet of action, is conjunct or holding hands Mercury, which is the planet of communication. So if you can imagine, these three planets are sort of holding hands like children do in a playground. So we've got the sun, we've got Mars, and we've got Mercury. Now, Mercury's the planet of communication. Sometimes people are sort of said to sort of, if they have the planet Mercury in Scorpio in their natal chart, that's in your birth chart when you were born, sometimes are said to have, razor blades for breakfast, that they can really sort of cut people down to size if they really feel you need a good talking to or a dressing down, or sort of, bring you back into reality. You talk to somebody that's either a Scorpio or somebody that's got Mercury in Scorpio, because they'll certainly do the job. So we have to be careful here, each and every of the 12 signs, to make sure that if we need to have a serious conversation and it's the time to do it, and we feel that, time's running out and it's the perfect time to do it, make sure that we put a little bit of sugar on top of the acidy sort of conversation that we're going to have. Sometimes, that age-old song, a little bit of sugar helps the medicine go down. Well, that certainly works here. So we need to be aware of that, even though the conversations may be intense, may be detailed, may be very necessary, may be something that we're very passionate about, and, we might get a little bit hot under the collar about it, we need to make sure that we put it across in such a way that it's non-threatening, it's not aggressive, that we're putting it across in a not so much a softer way, but in a more palatable way, so that we don't get the other person's guard up or their back up and they sort of just automatically shut their ears down because they don't want to listen to what's being said. But if we put it in a more palatable way, then I think we will actually get better results out of this. Now, I know I said it's going to be fairly intense, and it is, because now I'm going to turn around and suggest to you those 3 planets that are holding hands in the playground are now sort of like at war or at opposing forces with the planet Jupiter sitting in Taurus. So what this means is Jupiter is the planet of expansion, opportunity, and luck. It's sitting in Taurus. It's trying to help us sort of ground our finances, improve our bank balances, help us, get where we need to go, expand our lives in a practical, logical, down-to-earth sort of manner. And it doesn't mean all of us are going to race out and buy a new house or go out and buy something really expensive. It just means that we're looking at ways of trying to increase our finances or bring our finances into an area of life where we're more comfortable with it. And I know there's many people around the world that are struggling at the moment with interest rate rises, and people are losing jobs, and economies and things like that aren't as buoyant as what we would like them to be, particularly after we've come out the other side, supposedly, of COVID, that, economies around the world were supposed to be getting back to normal. People were traveling, people were bringing their lives back into some sort of normality. But sometimes the new normality has been that people have lost their jobs or don't have as many hours, or interest rates are starting to bite and they're struggling to put food on the table and things like this. So it's sort of about reorganizing what is really important to you. And this is where Jupiter's coming in, and not necessarily saying I can give you a bag full of money. But what he's saying is look around and see where you can improve your resources. It may just be by sort of having a more simple lifestyle. Maybe it's time to downsize the house to something that's more affordable, instead of having all these rooms you don't use and you're constantly cleaning, that, get something that better suits your needs. So we've got Jupiter opposing the sun. So Jupiter's sort of saying to the sun there, well, okay, what is it that you really want? It's time now to be really practical, be really clear about what you want. Take the rose-colored glasses off. Stop blaming everybody else if your life's not going the way that you want it to, and look at what you're responsible for. So it's a push-pull sort of situation. And the same with Jupiter and Mars here. Jupiter's sort of saying to Mars, well, look, that's all well and fine that you want to get out of bed and motivate everybody and be angry and all fired up, but there's got to be a reason for it. There's got to be a good result comes out of this. No point in just running around ranting and raving and upsetting everybody without a result. Jupiter wants results. And I think that that's the important thing. And Jupiter opposing Mercury here is also sort of saying, well, yes, it's fine to have conversations and it's fine to have a lot to say, but make sure what you're saying makes sense, that it's, it's constructive, it's helpful, it's helping people gain answers, it's helping people bring their lives more into balance. So it's been a very difficult sort of time in that way with this energy, because it is like a push-pull energy. It will be going on for the next week. So just be aware of everything that I've spoken about. It applies to all the 12 signs. Yes, possibly a little bit more to Scorpios, Pisces and Cancer, and the opposite sign of Taurus, but it does affect each and every sign. And it is a time where, we really need to make sure not only do we have our listening ears on, but making sure that we're really listening to what other people are saying. And bearing in mind, Jupiter here is trying to help us, even though Jupiter's a little bit hobbled because he's retrograde at the moment, but it's still trying to make our world a better place, our own personal world a better place. We still have Saturn, the planet of discipline and restriction and I think, determination, sitting in Pisces. It's just been going backwards for a little while. It will be going backwards until the early part of November. Now, it's really interesting, and I know we're nearly into November, but, Saturn's been going retrograde for a while now, and it's sort of been like, it's almost as if I'm running out of puff. It's as if I'm running out of steam to try and get some of these new ideas I want off the ground. I know they're good, but I don't seem to be able to get the right opening. That will start to sort of ease off over the coming weeks. We'll start to feel as if we gain some traction. Neptune, the planet of creativity and illusion and delusion, is also still sitting in Pisces, still going retrograde. So it's sort of almost like one step forward, 3 steps backwards. It's sort of like, yes, we get a bit of traction. We get people to start listening to us, start to see the creative side of things or the things that I'm trying to implement. And then all of a sudden it's like they slam the door in your face and it's like you've got to start all over again. So you just got to be aware that, these planets will come out of retrograde before the end of the year. Things will start to improve. This, it's hard when we as a collective globe are all dealing with our own individual issues, and then we're dealing with the nation's issues and the country's issues and the continent and then the world. And it's sort of like there's just so much going on in the world at the moment. We don't really know where to turn. We'll wrap it up with Pluto still sitting in Capricorn. We'll be there till January 2024 on the last, little hurrah here of Pluto, but sometimes that can seem the most intense. I've been banging on for many years now about Pluto's role is to sort of try and, bring some transparency to governments around the world, to anything official. It's also asking us to look at climate change, whether you believe in it or not. Look at the weather events that are happening. They're not just, one-offs. They're happening constantly. Here in Australia, we're in the massive fire season again. So I feel for those people that have lost their homes and going through bushfires and everything at the moment in a number of states here in Australia. And I'm sure there's other fires, burning and raging around the world with other weather events as well. And, Pluto is asking us on a personal level to make sure that we haven't deceived anybody, that we're not deliberately trying to hurt somebody, rip them off in any way, because if we are, we will get caught out and the consequences will not be very pleasant. So, it's up to each and every one of us to look at our conscious, look at our life and sort of say, am I doing the very best? Am I being the very, very best person that I can be? Because that is actually what Pluto is actually asking us to do before he moves into Aquarius, which will be a very unknown situation because Pluto takes 224 years to go around the zodiac, and we need to look at that very, very carefully. So we're going to take our first caller, which is Michelle in Blackpool in Lancashire. Are you there, Michelle?
I am. Hello?
Yeah, hi, Michelle. How can I help you today? Do you have a question I can answer for you?
I don't know, really, anything.
It's just easier for me because we have such limited time on the show, Michelle.
Well,
if you've got a direct question, I'm happy to answer it for you. If not, I can just
I
generally
just
have a
want to know.
look.
I just like a bit of guidance, but more importantly, just like to hear from my daughter if possible.
Okay, and what's your daughter's first name, please, Michelle?
Faye.
Can you repeat that, please?
Faye, with an E.
Oh,
Faye,
okay. Right, okay. All right. Has there been some massive changes and endings in her life recently? Because I'm feeling as if there's a lot of change, a lot of turbulence, a lot of things that are going to start to settle back down again now. It's interesting because I feel she's a high energy girl, but at the same time, I think she lacks a lot of confidence in herself and her own abilities to be able to achieve things. She starts things with great gusto, and then it's all of a sudden the panic or the fear sets in, and it's like then she sort of stands frozen, and then we've got to sort of build that momentum again. 2024 will be much easier for her than 2023's been. I see love around her, but I more importantly see her finally getting on her path, being able to work out what it is that she wants, where she wants to go. She doesn't feel that comfortable. What, sweetie?
Sorry, my daughter passed away in July.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, she's coming through to me as if she's still got things that she wants to achieve. So, I appreciate she's on the other side, but I think she's trying to give you a message, Mum, that she's there, she's happy, she's working through the issues. So when she was here on Earth, was there a lot of emotional issues that she had to try and sort of come to terms with?
Yes, she did.
I think what she was trying to do was try to put things. Yeah, I think she was trying to put things into a positive spin for you as her mother to let you know that, she's doing okay on the other side, because the way she was sort of presenting it to me as if she was still here and this is what I'm doing and that's what I've been doing and I'm working hard at things, and that's good because, they do have roles and work they do when they go through the other side. They don't just go over there and party. So, she's around you all the time. I'm so sorry for your loss. It must be something that is unfathomable, how you move past this, how you honor your daughter and still at the same time try and get on with living in some way. I really don't know how you do that when you've lost a child. It's something that's quite devastating, I'm sure, but just know that she's with you. She's at peace now. She loves you, but there's a dark-headed man around her in spirit. Was there a male friend or a boyfriend or something that she was very close to?
My sister's partner, he passed at the same age.
Right.
Before,
that must be who she's with. Okay, that must be who she's with then. So, All right. Yeah. That's where she is, Michelle. But I'm going to have to leave it there. But look, my heart goes out to you. Just know that she's okay. She's with, your sister's partner, and she's flourishing. I mean, there was just so many things here. There's nothing you could have done to prevent this. I think that's the message that she wants to share with me, that, you couldn't have changed what happened. It happened. And, she's at peace now. That's what she keeps telling me. She keeps telling me she's at peace, and she keeps showing me an orange balloon, and I don't know what that means in anything.
No, not sure.
Normally they give me a bunch of flowers or something to give you, but she's giving me an orange balloon.
Well, Blackpool's orange, so I don't know if that's irrelevant. The football's orange.
Yeah,
so.
it might come to you
Maybe.
later on at what it means, but it maybe it's a pumpkin. Maybe she's just trying to show you that she's happy and she knows what day it is, and she's part of the festivities. I'm not sure, but I just saw a single orange balloon being let go up into the sky. Like sometimes do at funeral services and things like that, they let balloons go. This was a single one, so I'm going to leave that with you, Michelle, and I hope that your year gets a little bit brighter for you. So we're going to talk with Michelle in Robbinsville in New Jersey in the USA. Are you there, Michelle?
Oh, hi. How are you?
Very well, thank you, sweetie. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
How can I help
I'm
you
out
today?
trick-or-treating with my children. I just want some resolution. Guys, I'm on a call, so just go to the next house. Sorry. What's it called? I just want some confirmation. Things have been really a struggle financially, emotionally. My daughter just moved back into the house, and it's been one difficulty after another.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want things to be peaceful in my life.
I can understand that, Michelle. Look, I don't know that your daughter's going to be staying with you for that much longer. Look, maybe into the first couple of months of 2024, but I think she's going to be moving on again. She is difficult. I understand that. She's shall we say, a high energy sort of person, and not always in the most positive of ways. She sort of puts her energy everywhere, but she's got to learn to be able to cohabitate with other people as well. Look, I think finances are certainly going to improve. I don't know that there's going to be a great deal of improvement between now and the end of the year, as we're coming into, the pointy end of the year, and it's always more expensive. But certainly 2024 is shaping up to be a much, much easier year than 21, 22, 23 have been for you. And it's like finally you can sort of exhale, you can sort of breathe out and say, yes, finally I feel like I'm gaining some traction, I'm getting somewhere. There's a lot of spirit activity around you at the moment. There's lots of people sort of jumping in and out, just sort of saying hi, waving and all this sort of stuff. Too many people for me to try and share with you. But just know that your family members on the other side know the struggles that you've been going through. They're working really hard to try and help you sort of get your life into a better place. They keep saying to me that you've got tears that you're not releasing. Is there, have you been fighting back the tears? You're trying to be strong?
Oh, yeah, trying to be strong for my children, 3 of them. I'm going through a divorce. Things have been really difficult. And my daughter moving home, it's just been like my whole world was shaken up and down. And both my kids have like mental health issues and suicidal this past spring. And it just was really stressful having them both attempt a day apart. So it was, it really sent my finances in a tizzy because who was yelling? I'm sorry. Okay.
All right.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No,
Guys, go back to the
no,
lady. This lady's just screaming at me.
You're fine.
Go back to her over there, please.
It's good to see the children are out trick-or-treating, and that's what the show's all about, is, things happening in real live time, and us being a little tiny part of your family for a few moments. Look, I know things are going to get easier. Look, once the divorce has gone through and we've got that sort of completely final and in the rear vision mirror, you're going to start to feel as if you're back in the driver's seat again of your own life. I mean, I appreciate and understand the struggles you've been through with your children, with their mental health issues and things like that. You can't blame yourself for that. Nobody has answers at why this happens or why somebody's children end up in this state. It's not your fault. It's just sometimes a chemical imbalance or other, factors that create this. But what I was seeing was your children are starting to come out the other side of that now. I think you can sort of start to breathe a sigh of relief there. But they were showing me the tears that were dammed up have got to be released. They've got to be released, Michelle, for your own mental health. Even if it's in private, even if it's, you're watching a movie and all of a sudden you start howling, well, let them out. Don't sort of try and hold them back. But I know 2024 is going to be a much, much better year for you and your family, Michelle. And, once we get this divorce well and truly out of the road, I think you'll then be able to regroup and sort of reorganize your new normal in your life, and things will certainly get better. So enjoy the rest of your night trick-or-treating, and I'm sure it's an absolute pleasure to be going with the children and seeing the delight on their faces. So that's where we're going to leave Michelle. She's off trick-or-treating with the children. How wonderful. And, this week has been a really difficult week, as I said at the beginning of the show, with, lots of people around the world sort of really, really feeling the intensity of things that are happening in their lives at the moment. There's no one particular reason, as I mentioned about, the intense moon we had over the weekend, and the planetary configurations at the moment are fairly intense. But I think it's that time of the year, and I think we've all been through so much as a globe in the last 10 years that maybe we're all a little bit worn out, emotionally frazzled a little bit, that we can't cope with much more. And that's very understandable. So I think the most important thing I can share with you is be kind to yourself. Find something that makes you smile. Put some music on, or your favorite movie or something. Allow yourself some time to just be. I think sometimes we're just so busy, we don't allow ourselves to just stand still or sit still and sort of say, I'm allowed to do that. Nobody has to give me permission. I'm giving myself permission to do that. So this week I was going to leave you with a song that is an old favourite of mine and one of my most favourite singers, and I think it's pretty appropriate for the show. It's called Spooky by David Cassidy. I mean, I know many people have covered that song, but I particularly like his version of the song. And, Halloween, as I said, is a magical time of the year, and the wonderment that we see on the children's faces, I think, is everything. And, here in Australia, we had Halloween last night, and we had many, many little visitors at our front door picking up their goodies, trick-or-treating in their beautiful little outfits. And my favourite one was a little baby that was 8 months old, dressed up as a pumpkin. Her aunt brought her over from across the road with the older children to go trick-or-treating, but just to see the look of magic in this little baby's eyes. She was all dressed up in a little pumpkin outfit, and she didn't really know what was going on, but she could feel the excitement of the older children getting excited, and they were all dressed up in their beautiful little costumes and their dark eyes, and trying to be scary like ghosts and things like that. And it's a delight to see, particularly as you get older and you don't have little children around, to get the joy out of someone else's children knocking on the door and saying trick or treat is a real treat. So until next week, enjoy David Cassidy. I know you're going to really enjoy that version of Spooky. He does a really beautiful version, particularly if you can look it up on YouTube, with those beautiful, gorgeous hazily green eyes of his, sort of looking quite dreamy and handsome. So until next week, happy Halloween, and I hope you have lots and lots of treats in your life. Bye for now.
Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. This is your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I am sitting here trying to get all of my stuff ready. It's been a crazy day today. I've got a lot going on. I can't wait to share with you all. And so as many know, when I do my Wednesday night readings, I'll get visions and I will see numbers. And the number for today is the number 63, which I don't know why I'm seeing 6 and 3, which is really interesting that it's such a high number. And so I just go with it and I trust. And so I thought, well, before I hop on and start my show, I better hurry and count these cards out, because I sure don't want to waste any time counting to 63 tonight on my show, on the podcast. So, because we are live, right? So anyhow, I hope you guys, I hope you've all had such a beautiful week. Hopefully you all are feeling the relief of the retrograde being done. We're kind of out of that post retrograde. So that's even more amazing and more beautiful, in my opinion, anyways. I actually, what was interesting, I listened to another podcast, and it's actually, if any of you know who Alison Dubois is, she is the original, the medium that is what the show Medium is based on. So